Hello, this is me, your host Voran1x, and my co-host Zach with me today. Hello Zach, how you doing today? Do you have lovely weather as you had yesterday?
It's a bit warmer out today, but it's not gonna be as warm as the match that I've been cooking in a few more minutes. Warren, what do you think about the upcoming match between Turkey and Team Portugal?
I'm happy you're asking me because, oh damn, I have a strong opinion about this one, because I believe that this should be a bloody match, since I believe Portugal should be on par with the Turkey team, even though you let yourself be heard that you don't think so, that you believe that Turkey is still coming into this matchup as a favorite, as a strong titan that will probably win this BO3 for themselves. But I believe in the opposite. I believe in opposite, and I think Portugal will be a strong opponent. I'm not saying they will win the BO3, but I am saying we are going into a full BO3, full 3 maps like yesterday when we had Azerbaijan and Italy. I think it's gonna be a blast.
I mean, that's left out to be seen. We've seen Turkey in the first match of the first series, the other day, and we've seen Portugal in the last one as well. Both of them had an exemplary showmanship of skill and of prowess during the entire time, right? You want to go to best of 3, but I don't think it's going to best of 3. I think Team Turkey is going to take up the slack, stop trolling around, and just focus hard on. But even so, who knows? Team Portugal maybe is going to get a lucky spin and turn it around for themselves, Warren.
Let's remind ourselves, how was Team Turkey able to dominate so well in that first match of yesterday? I believe it was through their jungle. Correct me if I'm wrong. Their jungle was very strong part of that performance. And the thing is, as you have established, there is so many options in the jungle, so you cannot really focus on the jungle. But here we can see the groups. So let's have a quick rundown of what we have before us. Group A, Turkey, Belarus, Croatia, Montenegro, Czech Republic, and Portugal. And Group B, Zach, what can you tell me about that bloody Group B, which you have been hyping so much?
Group B has 4 strong teams, them being France, Austria, Moldova, and Hungary. Both of them lined up perfectly, joined by Ireland and Slovakia. Again, another strong group. All of the teams are, I feel, on an equal stance, right? I think this is the most balanced group out of the 4. What can you tell us about group number C?
Well, I can tell you that there is Georgia, Romania, Azerbaijan, Wales, and Italy. And well, we saw from Italians and from Azerbaijanians, ooh, they are tough, they are tough. So whoever will come in their face today, in their clash against them, ooh, it's gonna be tough. It's going to be tough, but will it be as tough as Group D?
I mean, Group D has some strong teams, them being Estonia, Israel, Serbia, Lithuania, and Albania. But I think Team Spain is gonna take the cake at being the strongest in Group number D. Or number 4, actually.
Alright, these are our predictions, but the thing is that we should be definitely predicting the first match of today that will be happening very soon. Well, soon in a matter of like 10 minutes or something. So you still have time to get your favorite Portugal food, to hype your Portugal squad, or your favorite Turkey food, to hype your favorite Turkey squad. So, well, what is it going to be for you, Zach? You already praised Turkey, so what are you getting for yourself?
Maybe I'm gonna get a baklava. I'm feeling a baklava with this hot weather, you know, it's gonna cool me down a bit. But let's get into the daily schedule, Warren. We're gonna have Turkey versus Portugal for the first live match, Belarus versus Czech Republic, Serbia versus Albania, France versus Ireland as the second stream match. Let's spot the next few ones, Warren. What do you think about these ones first?
Well, I'm hyped for Belarus and Czech Republic because I will be rooting for my Czech Republican boys. And well, the next one is going to be a blast, but as well as will be Hungary versus Slovakia, Austria versus their opponents. You should help me out there. This shortcut is too tough for me. Oh, Moldova, thank you very much. Then we have Georgia versus Italy, and then we have Romania against Azerbaijan. Well, I think the toughest from those, I think I am going for Georgia against Italy. I think this will be spicy. But
I
we
agree
won't
with you
see, we won't see, we won't see it on the stream, because on the stream we have something else ready.
Even so, next up, after those matches, it's going to be France versus Slovakia, Austria versus Ireland, and later on it's going to be Moldova versus Hungary, Romania versus Italy, and I believe it's going to be Azerbaijan versus Wales, if I'm not mistaken, as the last streamed match of the day. But I think there's another one, right? No, that's the last one.
That's it.
Azerbaijan versus Wales, yeah. I'm really looking forward to that. I've never seen any Welsh players, so, I'm looking forward to it, as about you, Warren.
I'm definitely looking forward to it. Azerbaijani squad has earned my trust. They has earned my heart, even though I was rooting for Italy, which in the end were the victors of that clash. Azerbaijani squad was definitely very strong. They definitely put up a strong show, strong performance, and they were just a little bit lacking. They were trying to double down, triple down on that Kimi setup, let's just remind ourselves. But unfortunately for them, the Italian squad had more aggressive way of playing, and they didn't let them play the slow fights. So in the end, this didn't work out for them. But if you would have to analyze how the Turkey squad is playing, how would you describe them? Are they more on the defense? Are they more on the aggressive side? What is their approach to the game?
I mean, we've seen Turkey being an aggressive invading style, team composition and build making, sort of. But even so, they have their faith in their jungler and their mid laner, and especially in Lunar, the XP laner. He's been in every team fight. Also, Apex, let's not forget about him. He was engaging perfectly. But what do you think about Team Portugal? Who do you think is the strongest point?
Well, for the Team Portugal, I definitely think it will be Clash of Junglers, because as you have said, Turkey has a strong jungle, but Portugal, I mean, he's not slacking behind. I think what they have in their jungle is pretty spicy, if I have to say so myself.
I was looking forward to you saying Aphrodite versus Sigiban matchup, but hey, I mean, we saw the first Savage coming from Team Portugal the other day, so I thought you maybe gonna hype Aphrodite a little bit up, So, I mean, come on, I'll tell him after stream you said, but he's not that good, I'm gonna lie a bit.
Alright, you're already making enemies for me. Whoa, that's going to be tough, since already Azerbaijanians hate me because I had pizza in my oven and not any Azerbaijani food. So yeah, I think I will probably stay at home, being locked to stay safe. Which is alright, because we are casting to you from our homes. Me and Zach right now here today. The tournament is of course made by Iesf. So yeah, I hope that you will enjoy today's matches, and we should be very soon getting to rosters where we can hover around some of the players, some of the highlights. And well, we do have a highlight right here, right now. It's Apex. You have talked about him. His performance was very nice, very nice. Of course, he's followed up with Rosa, that very strong, very aggressive performance on those Gatling, on those archery mages on mid lane, paired up with Sigiban, Lunar, and TNZ, of course. And in short, we should be seeing the Portugal squad.
TNZ, the GOAT, he has been pretty amazing on the junglers. I mean, the Lucas, the Fanny, the Link, the man, oh man, he was cooking. Do you think he's gonna fall prey to the curse of the Hayabusa? Do you think they're gonna pick the Hayabusa and lose with it? Because we've never seen a Hayabusa win an entire game during the live stream games.
I think they should do us a favor. I mean, they should definitely pick Kalia in the first game. They should pick Phoebus in the second, and I think they should pick Hayabusa to win in the third. I think that would be perfect. It would just be perfect.
Do you think they're gonna break the curse finally?
Well, that's to be seen. That's to be seen. I definitely do not see why it can be happening for Haya. He's just a sad little ninja, unlucky guy. We had seen some strong performances on Hayabusa, and still he wasn't able to pull through. Maybe it's time to go. Maybe it's Hayabusa's time to go bye-bye into off-meta territory. What do you think about that?
No, I agree with you, but even so, Hayabusa is one of my favorite junglers. He's so unique, but let's have enough talk of the Hayabusa. Let's get to Team Portugal's roster. Aphrodite on the goal lane, Soka on the roam, Fushi on the mid lane, Kazuya on the jungle, if I'm not mistaken, and Kohi on the experience lane. I mean, it is a pretty strong lineup. We've seen Aphrodite with the first Savage of the entire tournament, I believe, versus Team Belarus? No, Team Montenegro.
Montenegro, I believe it
Team
was.
Montenegro, yes, Team Montenegro. Aphrodite got the first Savage using Granger versus Team Montenegro, so I think it's going to be a pretty spicy matchup between him and Sigibam. But as well between Fushi and Rosa. Fushi caught my eye a little bit with his Valentine and just taking the ultimate of Lucas, just calling out the beast from within. I mean, I'm looking forward, I'm excited.
I mean, there's a question to be had, because how is Fushi going to be able to play into Rosa's mid lane mage's territory? Because Rosa was pretty dominant on those picks, but I feel like Fushi was kind of playing around and he was kind of picking something else. He didn't really have this archetype of long-range artillery mages in his pocket, at least from what I saw, from what we saw. So I don't know how prepared he is into this clash, because what is your response into a long-range artillery mage? Of course, that lock-in, that could be a great answer, but you cannot find that lock-in on mid lane. Or maybe there is some secret pick that he could go for as an answer.
I mean, personally, I think Team Portugal has been hiding their trump cards for a little while, so, you know, keeping it straight, keeping it a secret. But Team Turkey has been a bit more flash, you know, they just wanted to win as fast as possible. They wanted to be strong, they wanted to be feared, right? Because I think a lot of teams fear Team Turkey because of their like history with pro play and such. So, you know, maybe Team Portugal hiding their secrets not to be sniped out and getting their picks banned out. We've seen Fushi on that Novaria, he was really brutal on it. We've seen Aphrodite on the Granger, we've seen Aphrodite on the Kimi as well. So, you know, there's always a possibility for every pick to happen. But we're also seeing Nuno on the Assassin picks, if I'm not mistaken. We've seen him on the Hayabusa.
You're correct. We did indeed. But my question is still in the air. As you are saying, they could be hiding their trump cards, and they definitely should be hiding their trump cards, because, well, if not Turkey, who else is such a strong opponent in your group? Of course, there are others, but Turkey is very prominent. They have shown a great show of strength. They were very strong in how they played, in how they approached their games, and I believe they are right now undefeated through the World Qualifier yet.
I agree with you. I think them, Spain, and I believe France are undefeated.
So definitely a powerhouse to look out for. The question to be had is, if you were in coach's shoes, if you were in the shoes of a Portugal coach and you would have to create a composition against a team that, of course, you have established you are rooting for, well, what would it be? Let's try to come up. Tell me, can you come up with something like what would it be your approach?
I mean, depending if ENZ takes a fighter or an assassin jungle, let's say he takes an assassin jungle, right? I'd go maybe for the Jawhead with a Chu on the XP lane and a Frederick jungle with a Farsa on the middle and a Moscow on the gold lane. Something, you know, an all-around team, right? The Cho to stop out the assassin, the Jawhead just to target the backline, maybe the mage, maybe the marksman. The Frederick to also be there to tank, to keep the fight going, as well as the Bruiser jungler. The Moscow as a finisher and the Farsa as an initiator, a burster. So, you know, it could go a lot of ways, right? This is just an hypothesis of a draft, but we've seen Lunar on this, Glue on Ranus, and I believe on the Hitler. So, you know, there are too many builds for him to choose from, right? So we can't really take into consideration the Frederick because the Glue can counter it pretty easily. And as well, the mid laner, we never know what the team is going to pick, right? It's not only one guy you have to counter, you have to counter an entire 5 teams.
Well, as you have spoken about before, Glue is such a strong pickup for Lunar, so I am thinking that Portugal could be opting to ban him out, because of course he worked well as Uranus as well, but I think his Glue is just like so good performing. So I mean, maybe that's a ban to try to sneak in.
I agree with you completely. The Glue is a strong, solid pick, still currently in the metal, but still, you can't really up and down ban the XP laners first. I think you have to let them simmer a bit, you'll have to let them cook. And after that, after they're out of options, you have to ban it out. Like, the first things you need to ban are the most broken picks, being like the Kaliad, the Fanny, the mid laners, maybe the Kimi as well. So you have to get rid of those as first, right? First bans, those should go first. And the Matilda, let's not forget about Matilda. They played with her extremely well from Team Portugal, if I'm not mistaken.
You are correct. Matilda was pretty bloody, deadly in his hands, and it's a question to be had if we will see Matilda once more, if we will see Matilda today. But what I am expecting is that we will see competitive, highly competitive drafts from both sides. I believe we will not see many pocket picks, maybe coming into the third game, then it might happen. But I think we will see something more classical. I think we will see Phoebus being picked or banned. I think we will see Kalea picked or banned. I think you are on point with Fanny. I think that we will be having those strong artillery mages. I think we will not be seeing Selena. And I believe that we will have these strong early game rotating roamers like Gato. That's my future seeing, if I can call it that. And yeah, of course, I will be happy to see Phoebus. So yeah.
I mean, I think Team Portugal should go for an anti-invade team composition, something with a fast clear and a decent early game. So I don't think that Serena is off the table. I mean, because she has the fast, right? She can help the jungler kill it out in basically a second. But even so, we've seen how Turkey just likes to invade, and make the enemy jungler wish he wasn't there for the entire day. But I agree with your draft points, right? But you have to think about it. What if they want to leave a certain hero open? What if they just try to gaslight the enemies and thinking, hey, on this guy, we're banning his counter, we're gonna pick him. What if they want to counter him differently? Like let's say, with the Lolita, how they countered the Kimi. A pretty decent counter. Also for the Hayabusa, it worked decently well against her with a pretty good combo. I think it should work a bit better, right?
You're correct. And well, we will be seeing that in a matter of a little while. The match is coming up soon, and I hope that you grabbed your favorite snack. I hope you grabbed your favorite drink. Zach, what are you drinking today? Pure water?
Today I went again with some cold iced tea, with the weather being hot and all. It's just a little nice treat I'm giving myself. But what about you, Warren? What are you having?
I am going with straight classical tap water, since I moved places actually quite frequently, and at my new place I have so good tap water, so I'm just loving it. And yeah, you cannot go wrong with tap water. It's alright, it's the healthiest choice. But yeah, I would kill for some good iced tea, and I bet it's even homemade, isn't it, Zach?
It's not homemade, but I mean, what do you consider homemade, right? Do you consider the little pockets of tea homemade?
No, I mean, like, you literally stretch the lemons, you squeeze them out, you make it from the beginning to the end. So that's what I was expecting. You being a chef yourself, as you have been talking with me before, that you have quite culinary expertise with your chicken that you prepared yesterday. Hope you had a great taste yesterday.
And before I could grab a taste, everything was gone, so I had to make a quick frozen pizza. But even so, making this a bit difficult, right? You have to dry out the ingredients. You have to, I think, smoke them to give that pungent taste. So, I don't think it's worthwhile to make it. It's easier to buy like the packet tea, put it in the fridge a little bit, make it a bit cool, pour some ice, and have a fantastic drink, right?
Convenient. Just as you speak about it, living next to a great shop, never realized it's such a great option to have. You can always go for shopping. You have that iced tea. You can buy ice packs. Of course, here at my place, it's not so warm as at yours. You have heard before that you have 30 degrees again. I actually have only 23, so I should be fine. Even though I'm sweating profoundly once more. But I believe that's because, I put on a suit, of course, to look very classy and to not insult here on today. And unfortunately, I don't have such beautiful polo shirt like you do, Zach.
I've had this polo shirt for I think 2 years, never worn it once. It found its way upon myself. But even so, I think we're gonna head shortly into game draft number 1, but we're just waiting for the teams to get ready. What was your favorite game from the other day? What really opened your eyes, right? Which game?
I mean, my favorite, I really cannot say which one of the series that I like the most is my specifically favorite game, but definitely my favorite series from yesterday was the Azerbaijan against Italy. And if I would try to pinpoint a game, it might be that second game that turned it on its head, because we had a win of Azerbaijan in the first map, and then Italians were with their backs against the wall, and they then had to turn it around, which they were actually successful in, and in the end they were able to attain that victory. I believe the second game was the strongest showing. I believe we saw a very precisely played aggressive composition, but with the side of Azerbaijan biting back, biting the ankles of their usurpers, and they were fighting tooth and nail to the end. But unfortunately for them, the map didn't go their way, and that same thing can be said for the series. It's unfortunate for them, but still, I believe that both teams showed a great strength. Unfortunately, Italian had little longer pasta yesterday than their opponents.
Even so, I think my favorite game was the one between Montenegro and Portugal, because we've seen character development in the Yuzhong pair, picking up the Petrify combination, the Furious Dive. So I mean, I think, hey, maybe he's gonna improve a bit more in the future. And the Benedetta from Connie was also extremely nice. Phone, I think. I mean, hey, maybe a little bit of practice. You know, practice makes perfect. A few more screams, and next year they're gonna be maybe the top contenders. What do you think, Warren?
I mean, I like that Bessart changed up his approach in the third game, and he tried to go with the Petrify combination on Yuzong, and it was already visible that it's definitely going better for him. So I believe more practice with that setup, and just become a little bit more clean. The thing is that on very high level of competition, which we definitely are having here, it's very tough to match up against an opponent that's maybe just a little bit better than you, but he can expose that weakness, he can expose your mistakes, and then on the big screen it looks like, oh, you were diffed so hard. But in reality, it a lot of times doesn't have to be that different. Maybe you are just like 10%, 15% weaker, and they were able to exploit that. Maybe you get a little bit tilted about losing, which is of course stressful for everyone. So I believe it's very hard to say how much the squad of Montenegro can improve. I think there is high possibility that maybe Bessart will be making a comeback with his Yuzong, and maybe you don't know. In 1 year, it's a meta here in Europe, and everyone is feared of him. Like I think there is definitely a possibility of that happening. And the question is, will he stick to that? Will he try to work on his Yuzong, or maybe he will switch it up and go for something else entirely? But I mean, he like penta. Like not penta, but like quadruple downed on his Yuzong. He literally went with it 4 games in a row. So you kind of have to respect that. Like they even went for a first pick Yuzong. So he was very confident in this pickup. And I mean, in that last game where we saw them, he made it count. Unfortunately for them, it didn't translate into a victory of that series. Unfortunately, not even winning that map where he played it. But I mean, it looked nice. It looked good. The Petrify combination looks strong.
I mean, hey, Bessart, if you're on the stream, make sure to hit me up on my personal Discord, and I will give you a few pointers and tips for the Yuzong. I mean, I was an experienced lane main before I was a jungle main, so I know a little bit about that hero. So, hey, if you're watching, make sure, hey, leave a DM to me. I'm gonna respond as soon as possible. Give you tips and maybe to whoever needs some advice, right? Some player, maybe from some coaches, from some casters. Maybe, hey, we're watching, just make sure, like, type it in the chat, type the question in the chat. Maybe we're gonna respond a bit later on. Who knows? But make sure not that question brewing for too long, eh?
You know, maybe he can even find someone in the chat. Maybe there is a secret rank 1 Yuzong hiding in the curtains of the chat right now. You never know. Only you chatters know it right now. So if there is that rank 1 Yuzong, definitely let him slide into my DMs. So because I mean, Besart with that constant spam of Yuzong actually made me like that character. So you know, I'm like charging up my money. I'm gonna probably buy him next because I'm bored of my Alucard, because I realized Alucard is pretty terrible actually. Yeah, I was used to Alucard back in the days. He was a little bit better back then, but now compared to the new heroes, oh damn, Alucard.
I mean, I like Alucard as well, but even so, I think the players are taking a bit of a coaching session beforehand. So we're gonna go on a short little break. Make sure you guys are gonna get your drinks, get your iced teas, get something to keep you cool in this summer heat, and we're gonna be right back. And we're back. Team Turkey is just facing some technical issues. Meanwhile, they're like fixing their stuff. Let's just have a conversation about what's going to happen in the upcoming game. What heroes do you think are going to be the most picked in the 4 series? Let's say it's the best of 3. Which heroes do you think are going to show up 3 times or 6 times?
Oh, 6 times? Wait. The math isn't adding up. How can someone be 6 times 3 games? Wait. The math is not mathing, Zach. You completely.
It's mathing.
You completely
remember the Valentina IMU? Who knows, man?
All right. Well, in that case, if I would have to pinpoint one hero, well, I think Lucas will be permaban. I think we saw him permaban a lot of the time. So I'm calling Lucas will be picked or banned every game. I am calling, well, now it's harder. I am calling Harit permaban or pick. I am calling that. And for my third, let me think. I think Kalia will be pick or ban. Yeah, I think these are the 3 that I would go for. What 3 heroes except the ones that I chose? What would you go for?
Ling, first of all. I don't think it's gonna be banned. I think it's just gonna be picked. Ling, maybe Hayabusa we're gonna see, but I think it's gonna be getting banned. And in the mid lane I feel the Farsa is calling through, like 2 times at least the Farsa.
Alright. You mean like picked or banned?
Picked, not banned.
Alright. Yeah, I was thinking about Farsa too, but I was like, well, since I'm already speaking about it being either pick or ban, I don't believe Farsa is that strong contestant for a ban. Usually you leave it open and you try to come up with strategies against her. Maybe, some good place to dodgy teleportation just behind her back, try to one-shot her. Maybe some engage from Matilda. Oh, Matilda! I forgot that woman, Matilda. Oh yes, I did a horrible mistake. Let me just quickly swap it out because I am not double down on that Lucas. I think Lucas is not going to be such a strong contestant for pick or ban, but I believe Matilda is most definitely pick or ban every game of this series.
Should we do like we did on day number 3, a draft simulation? How we did it? You draft for Team Turkey, I draft from Team Portugal.
I mean, let's go. But this time you choose red side. No, this time you blue side. So you start.
I'm the first pick.
Yeah.
No bans, right? Any picks open on the table.
Yeah, definitely.
I'll go with the cheap first pick.
Alright, cheap first pick. Ooh, already starting up with those crazy rotations. So definitely I need mid lane priority. So I will go for Zuxin. So I have always at mid lane prio. I can rotate, I can respond, and I need a good roamer paired up with that. So I would definitely be going. Well, let me think. Yeah, I'm going for Cho. Cho, super strong roamer. Maybe not your classical one, but I like it. Zuxin and Cho, that's my lock-in.
Zuxin and Cho, I like that combination a lot. I am going to counter your Zuxin and Cho pick with a Lui for a crazy rotation with cheap shortcut and that diversion, and with the Moscow.
Alright, you try to join in with the fun with your AD carry as well. Well, you made it harder for me, but in case I will pick up Harit, who is crazy hard to catch, I am making it so much harder for you, so I'm locking that in. And then I would definitely be going for Suyo, who is slippery little guy. We don't see so much of him, but he's slippery. It's hard to catch. He has that invulnerability quickly on his first spell. He can dodge out of skill shots and pretty strong cleave.
I like that pick, but the joy is still open on the table. Let's not forget about that hero and his nerf against magical damage. At 30% damage reduction is not there anymore. So I think your Suyu will fall prey towards my joy. And again, it's your turn.
Well, now I need to pair it. Up with my ADC for last pick, and that would be
your XP laner actually.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. I got lost in the sauce. I'm sorry. I'm swimming in the mustard. Complete blunder on my side. Well, if we are speaking about that slippery little rat called Joy, then I'm locking in Kalia because she can hold her and she cannot run away.
You know, I like that, but what could I pick to counter everything you just said? What would be a nice... A Hilda would be really good, counter your Kalea, and your Cho, and your Zhuxin, and your Suyu. Arit as well would go really well because of that stun and that damage coming through from the Hilda's passive. The power of wilderness is just crazy strong, right? So who do you think won the draft? Let's say, maybe we're gonna get some answers in the chat about this drafting scenario. Again, no balance, just broken picks on the table, but your draft seems okay. I'd give it a 7 out of 10. What about mine? What would you rate it?
Well, I like your approach of Joy, and if I didn't have that last pick, I would definitely be caught off guard. But I think I low-key saved it with Kalia. The question will be how well can you rotate on the map with Chip and Luoji, and how much you can catch my heroes off guard, because definitely that Suyo will be vulnerable to a lot of magic damage coming from Joy and coming from Luoji. And when you pair up Joy, who is already pretty much mobile champion, you paired up with Luoji, who can rotate her freely on through the whole map, together with Chip, that will be a rough thing to play against. The question is, can my Kalia respond to your rotations fast enough? And that would be rough, that would had to be seen in the game. But I must say I like the draft. I believe I saw the draft already being played very similar to that, and I quite like it. So I mean, Zach, I'm giving it 8 out of 10. I'm even more generous than you.
You know what? A very big mistake towards your draft. You have no AoE stuns compared to mine. I have a single target and an AoE stun. You have a Cho and a Kalia. Both of those guys have single target ultimates, something that pushed them back. You've seen that happen in, I believe, game number 2 of day number 2. It didn't work out pretty well, right? The Cho was going for single target, the Kalia was going for single target, and the Zhuxin just had 0 support, right? 0 stuns, 0 stuff to protect her from, no implosion from Tigger, no maybe fatal link from Atlas. There's so many possibilities, right? I think that's like one of the deciding factors. Will Joy be caught, or will the Hilda protect her close enough?
That's a question to be had. That's something to think about, most definitely. Well, as we are thinking about this imaginary draft, I believe our Turkey squad is getting ready and readier by the minute. I hope they don't have it so warm as you do, so they don't have to put their phones in the freezer, because that could be the case. Maybe they have their phones in the freezer, Zach.
I agree with you completely. Maybe they're cooling it off, but no, it's such a difficult thing, right? To say maybe they have some technical issue, maybe there's a power outage. Who knows? Maybe they just do not show. Maybe they are scared of Team Portugal.
True.
What do you think, Warren?
That could be the reality we live in. Maybe Turkey is scared of Portugal. Yeah, I think you are onto something. I think they are scared. I think Team Portugal will show up strong, and I think this is going to be a bloody strong series. First series of today.
It's pretty strong of series, but I think Turkey is almost past their grace time, right?
Grace time. Yeah, you might be correct. How long of a period do we have?
I think it's 15 minutes, if I remember correctly from reading the rules.
Yeah, I think they are pretty close to that time limit.
Hey, it's time-wise. Again, it's a time crunch, right? Maybe there's something that happened with Team Turkey. Maybe there was something happening in real life with their internet connection, with their phones, maybe with, Discord having issues or stuff like that. So we can't really, speculate without any actual proof. But Warren, just tell me about Obvious. How come you like him so much?
I mean, he is purple. I love purple color. Like, unfortunately, I don't have a purple suit, but if I had a purple suit, they would see me in a purple suit, like, for sure. The next thing is, like, he's so cool. He looks so cool. Like, that small boy inside of, like, me. you know, he just loves that. He looks so sick. Like, just imagine he is a guy that is like big stone pillar and he smashes people with it through like that magical bond that he has with the pillar. It looks so sick, and his design is like so cool for me. And the way that he jumps into the way that he jumps onto your backline with that ultimate slams, I just love it. I just love it. Like, it all comes together. For me, to love a champion, I need firstly to the champion to have a cool design, and then I need the gameplay to be fun. And Phoebus, he is a cool character with great fun to play, fun to do abilities. So for me, it all comes together in that great package. But what is Phoebus? Which is Phoebus? But well, how so that you like Fanny so much, Zach?
It's such a mobile hero. It's such a unique hero. Those skill cables can just get you anywhere on map. But there's a trick question. Do you know Phoebus was recently revamped, right? Before, every time you dashed or every time an enemy hero dashed, Phoebus get the bar and make his ultimate basically target them, right? And he could jump on them all the time. And like now they changed him to place a mark on the enemies, right? With his skill 2 enhanced. But even so, I think that was enough. That we're gonna see what's happening behind the lines, and we're gonna go back on a short little break. We're gonna communicate with you guys after. Was awarded to Team Portugal, right? Okay. Yep.
Well, welcome back. to today's stream. And now we have a new series in front of us. It's going to be Israel against Lithuania. Well, before we get to that, because we will be getting to that very soon, don't worry, I know you waited long, Unfortunately, there was a technical difficulty happening behind the curtains with the side of Turkey, and because of that, they had to forfeit their BO3 against Portugal. So Portugal takes the cake, as I have said, by the way, Zach, but unfortunately I was hoping that we would see the games. That's unfortunate, unlucky. I hope they fix it for the future, but right now the stars are Israel and Lithuania. We have the screenshot of the first game. We will be joining them for their second match of this BO3. The first match was won for the side of Lithuania. They were able to win 20-8, and there is a Kalia, Zach. There is a Kalia.
There is indeed a Kalia, but let's get into the roster of Team Israel. For Ice Cream, Visual is dope, Viol, Iran, and Mlbb. Do you know any of these players, Warren?
I do not, but I like the name Mlbb. I think it sounds sweet.
I thought you were gonna say Viola is a bit nicer because it sounds like, violet, like purple.
True. Oh wait, yeah. I how could I miss that? Of course. Now I love their mid laner. I love him. I need to slide in his DMs. Oh, joking, of course. We keep it professional here. But what are you expecting from the side of Israel? We saw them, at least from the screenshot, that they were unfortunately not able to turn it around for the first match. But if you look at the screen, where do you think it went wrong?
I think the draft with the Carmilla being there wasn't the big thing. I mean, the Carmilla is a good pick, but still not the best pick. But even so, let's get into the roster of Team Lithuania, being Mlbb, Bayaza, Super, Aurix, and Blissey. Mlbb would be the XP laner. I believe Blissey is the jungler, Aurix is the goal laner. I mean, Bayaza, I believe, is the goal, and Super is going to be the roamer. I mean, hey, a pretty strong team. We've seen Mlbb playing before, and he's a really strong player, right?
I remember that name. I have to say. And well, if you are having a roamer who is called Super, then it has to be super good, right? He's roaming. A little bit of a joke. Well, we will be getting soon into the draft of the second game, but before that, we have stats on our screens, so let's go through that. We see clearly that Clint was the signature carry pick. He was supported by Zuxin, Baxia, Kalia, and CC from the top side, which was able to dish out 50,000 damage. Oh my god, look at that. And even though Kimi likes those teamfights, because if you look at the composition, these were kind of slow teamfights, and she was able to dish out 54,000 damage for herself, carry didn't really work out. And I don't think carry was the correct pick here, because which tanks do they have? They only have Baxia and Kalia, but the rest of the team, carry doesn't work so well against that.
I think carry was just for the first pick box. I think carry was one of the first picks, if I'm not mistaken. Even so, I don't think it warrants a first pick carry, right? It is just so vulnerable because Clint, the range monster that he is, can just outzone basically every single goal laner in the game. Besides a few, like Moscow or maybe the Eerie Delicacy, you can just get run up from. Even so, I don't like the Hylos with the cursed, the Molten Essence here, right? It's a Hylos Experience lane, we know that, but still, I feel like it wasn't as good. I mean, I believe it's a first pick, like maybe a third pick. It showed us like the CC can just melt this thing, you saw how much damage it has, but even so, the match was pretty even, right? 2 turrets going to the side of Lithuania, 7 turrets for, again, the same side, and Israel got the Lord, the Turtle, and Forter, so it's a pretty even matchup.
Well, when we were looking at the kills, it didn't look so close, but right now, looking at it more closely, oh, it was indeed a tough one for both sides. That's why Kimi was able to dish out so much damage, and I think we should be in for a banger right in the queue.
I agree with you completely, but even so, let's not forget that Clint with a 72,000 total damage, and Super with the 18 assists, the Super Roamer Super family. But yeah, what do you think Team Israel's hero of choice is going to be? What do you think represents Israel as a country? What hero do you think is the most?
I mean, if I would have to choose an Israeli hero, damn, Zach, you are being rough to me. I have to cook something up. Well, looking at the roster of champions, I think that honestly, Claude fits the team. I feel like Claude is like an Israeli guy. I feel like Claude with his dashes, being a marksman himself, I think that fits the team. I think if I met Claude and he would tell me, hey, I'm from Israel, I would be like, alright, Claude.
I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking the same thing. What about Lithuania? Which hero do you think is the most?
Oh, Lithuanian. Well then, let me look at the flag more closely. Let me cook something up. What am I thinking? Lithuanian. Well, I think Lithuania instantly evokes in me some vampire vibes. I don't know why, but it just does. It just kind of does. So I think a good hero for Lithuania should be either Martis or Lebmont. That's my
Leomord?
pick.
The
Leomort,
horse
Leomort,
rider.
yeah, Leomort. Sorry, I
But
broke my
even
tongue.
so, enough of the Cappuccino. We're gonna go into game number two's draft. The first one was won by Team Military. I'm gonna see Israel banning out Sheep, Juk Shin. And I'm gonna see the funny first pick. Hold on. They might be cooking, but Team Military banned out Hanzo, Badang, and Selena.
I
Come on,
mean, how
Warren.
can Fanny go through? Fanny is right here, Zach. What do you think? Do you think Israelian already won this game?
You can't judge it from one pick. I still think it's a premature pick. As Fanny can get easily counted, right? One suppress, one knockup is gonna ruin the entire day of Fanny. But still, it's a pretty big game changer if the Fanny is good, if she knows what she's doing, if she can rotate properly, split push as best as she can. Oh, there is one counter, the Kufra and the Brody as well, that stun from
Brody?
Brody, pushing her back a bit. So it's a stop in tracking. Oh, the Kimmy!
Yeah, now you're getting Kimmit through, so you have this constantly rotating Fanny who is active all around the map, just jumping around trying to assassinate the specific targets. And now you already know you also have Kimi for yourself. Because it slipped through. Lithuania couldn't really go for Kimi since they had to answer to that Fanny. So, I mean, quick and smart thinking from the side of Israel because they kind of played the minds of their opponents, I feel like.
Who knows? Maybe it's reverse psychology going from Team Lithuania. We're seeing the Fanny giving out, the Kimi being given out, and I assume the Clint as well being stolen. Already three of their most sought after picks being thought out. They already show them their trump cards. I don't think this is a wise choice.
I'm a little bit worried for the side of Israel because I was low-key expecting Fanny, not Fanny, but Kimi to go mid lane. That's like you can still go ADC, but mostly we see her mid lane. So I was kind of expecting that. But now we've paired up with a Clint. I'm a little bit worried for their power in the early game because Fanny, not the strongest. She needs to scale up, get level 4, get usually the best for her purple buff so she can cable up. But Clint and Kimi, double AD carry composition, I don't know how I feel about that. I feel they will be scaling for a long time. And compare that to the Lithuanian side where they have Bakshia, Kufra, and Brody, where I feel Brody is much more able to dish out damage even in the earlier phases of the game.
He's one of the hardest hitting marksmen in the game. As soon as he gets that torn apart memory, is just going to be a game changer, right? Marking out the Fadi, dishing out a ton of damage. But again, we're gonna see Mlbb picking up the Bakshia. And it's a pretty strong pick, right? Here, Baksha is tanky. We're gonna ban out the Katotkacha. I'm assuming they're gonna focus out on the jungler slash mid bans from Team Israel. And also Lithuania needs to ban out the XPs and their own. So I think the Katotkacha is a smart choice. What else is there on the table that will counter Lithuania's team composition?
I feel like Hylos could kind of throw a brick in their composition, where with his ultimate he can move everyone out of the way, so Baksha cannot run up to them, Kufra cannot engage on them, get stunned up after engaging by Hylos. So I feel like Hylos would be a decent ban. And for the side of Israel, I feel like, oh, Yuzong.
Maybe
Alright.
best or incarnate over there on Team Lithuania, who knows?
I mean, Lithuanians had definitely got that bizarre coaching, because this is a respect ban from the side of Israel against Yuzong.
And hey, who knows? I believe Mlbb is an advent player of Yuzhong, so hey, it's still left open on the table between the micro with the last pan. I do believe it's either going to be a roam or an XP laner, maybe a bit of maybe the heal. That would be a great ban for Lithuania.
Well, the question is, will the Fanny be played in XP lane or in the jungle? I believe jungle is more probable, right?
I believe jungle is the only role she is really good in. Otherwise, she's pretty waste, right? Because in that blue buff, she's only oppressive in the early towards the mid game. In the late game, yes, she does a lot of damage, but still it can be countered by anti-Curious' passive. So, it's a standstill, right? The draft is, again, pretty even, but I think Team Lithuania won the first half.
Oh, you would go as strongly to say that Lithuanians won the first part of the draft. All right. I'm not gonna question it yet. Let's see how it rolls out. Let's see what will the rest of the draft be.
Rolls out the quick joke about Baksha being a wheel. I mean, come on now, I have to give you props to that one. Beijing. What's Beijing gonna ban? A pick, actually. They need a middle, I believe the Juxin. No, Juxin has been banned out. Novaria is a pretty decent pick. Something with a CC. Maybe a Vexana would be really good for Team Lithuania.
Oh, Vexana might be the case.
Kagura. Yin Yang overcon Princess. I mean, it's an odd pick, yes, but maybe it's a comfort pick. Same with maybe the Kufra or the Brody. Maybe it's a comfort pick.
I mean, this is probably
Lapu Lapu.
Lapu Lapu. Oh, we are cooking. XP lane Lapu Lapu. All right, even after the nerfs, pretty interesting approach. I don't know how will he match up though against a counter pick now being presented for the side of Lithuania, because we know Kufra will be roamer, we know Baksha will be in the jungle, so Lithuania can counter him up. And I don't know, if Lapu Lapu cannot be oppressive in lane, I think he's kind of losing big part of himself.
Hakai roam. I believe the Baksha is going to go on the experience lane just to counter out that late game healing potential from Fanny. Because I believe they're gonna go for Hayabusa right here, because they need to pick off the Kimi, they need to pick up the clean, they need to survive the funny onslaught from the steel cables during an early Iesf fight. You know, like you need
own path.
Arlott.
It's Arlott
XP lane. Okay, this is
that's Arlott XP lane.
Interesting matchup, really interesting. You know, you guessed it out with the Baksha being in the jungle, but the Arlott is a surprise pick for myself. I haven't seen it in a long time.
Well, Zach, can you analyze it for us and for me and the viewers? How well do you think he will match up to that Lapu Lapu? How do you feel about that match?
I think he's gonna match up a little bit better, considering he got a pretty huge buff, giving him a bit more healing from his passive. Before, it used to only stack with like highest HP, then it was swapped to highest physical. Now it's swapped to the highest physical damage and HP, so you know it's gonna be healing a little bit more. He's going for a tank build. That final slash is gonna be really dangerous. A really strong crowd control effect and can reposition the enemies where you want them, just perfect for the jump or the bucket to engage on them. I mean, the Brody lined them up perfectly. You know, get that Thunderbolt across, get that torn apart memory, and you know, change the entire game.
Well, let's get ourselves a bet. How long will this game be now when you see the track?
I believe 13 minutes. 13 minutes for Team Lithuania.
Alright, I am calling 14:35, and I am calling that Israeli side will be able to clutch it out with Fanny picking up the right target in the late.
I mean, who knows? Fanny is a bit more oppressive only in the early game, but still, she doesn't have any target she can go for.
I mean, she can still go for micro, she can still go for Brody. I mean, These two are much more highlighted right now when the rest of the team is that tanky, because you know you are not going for them. You are definitely going for Oryx. Oh, there's a fight happening. Super is engaging, and Majestic sees immune now for a bit. Super is the next target though. Ice Cream getting very low. Super has to flicker out, but the Ice Cream dies, and then it's Super, and now clean up from Fanny, and that's what we have been talking about. Fanny with that crazy damage and mobility. Blissey is still playing it out. He's healing himself up and almost finishing off Majestic.
That's why the Funny is so dangerous. Those steel cables can deal a lot of damage in the early game. I believe 500 per cable hit. So, you know, it's a big advantage, right? And now we're gonna see Mlbb probably getting picked off. He still has a cut shot, goes through, misses the cable, lands in the tower. A lot of damage coming through. Mlbb is gonna probably try to stop the recall from happening, but Instinct is still Ray, right?
Oh. I mean, Instinct broke his hands on that play. Turtle will be spawning in 9 seconds, and well, from the looks of it, it looks like Israeli side will be probably stronger on the Turtle.
I mean, Beijing Blissey still has the jungle advantage because that tank can be, you know, a bit more of a nuisance to deal with.
Oh, there's an action happening in mid lane. Mikro goes down just before the Turtle, so Israel will take the cake for now.
Hold on. Beijing Blissey is still 1 level advantage. Mlbb is in the triple bush waiting for the Funny to show herself.
Here. He's going to play it out now. Super in the thick of everyone else, and Turtle getting low, and who gets it? I am not sure. Instinct got it. Even though after breaking his own hands on top side, he's still able to clutch out the Turtle.
The final slash coming in from Marl was a bit too late, but he had no follow-up for him. But even so, mega kill going towards the Kimi 4-0 for 2.5 minutes in. Man, that's hurtful.
I mean, you kind of expect when you see Kimi that she's going to be much more active towards the late game, but right now this is Melody on Kimi, and he's 4-0-4. He is so rich. I believe he's the richest man or a woman in for his side for the Israeli side. Now finishing his new item and adding up to that strength.
You know, I have to disagree. I think the Fanny has a bit more gold because she got a tower plating on the top lane. Even so, look at the map. Spreading out the trying to for teamfight. Super gets caught out.
Super getting caught out, and now has to flicker himself out of the trouble situation. Now Micro jumping on Majestic. Instinct in the thick of everyone else, and now Micro goes down. Mega kill. But Instinct shut down. Aurizix picks him up with Brody, and he's still kiting it out and trying to go for Ice Cream. Will it be enough though? Oh, it is enough though. Aurix coming back from that.
I mean, the yin-yang overturn coming in from the Kagura was a pretty big team change. Fanny is going to try to secure her blue buff. The map is still in favor of Team Israel. The Lapu-Lapu is cutting the lane. Arlot has to force back to base. And I think they're looking to kill him. They're looking to punish him on the top lane.
Oh, it looks like they are cooking something up, but Baksha looks like he knows about it. He will be... No, he will not. He will just steal this buff, and now he will move. But Arlot now in 1v2 situation. His tower destroyed. Can he play it out? Kagura joining on the fray. But unfortunately, we cannot see. Bliss is still moving them out. Turtle cam. Turtle will be spawning soon. Now Instinct trying to play it out. Super forced into retreat. Now Turtle on the map, and Mlbb needs recall.
I believe Team Lithuania is in the lead for the turtle fight. Oryx in the bot lane. Maybe they're gonna pick off him. Oh, look. Ah, he's not showing. They're not ready.
Instinct going.
Funny.
Ooh, he almost got it.
Yeah. For Ice Cream is still just zoning out the turtle. Beijing Bliss giving vision as much as they can. Kufra in the mid position, waiting for the Funny to join in the fight.
Oh, but who can get it? Oh, it's again Instinct, and Bliss is still trying to play it out. Super in everyone else, but unfortunately dies for his trespassing. Micro goes down, and it's now Mlbb and Blissey against everyone else. 1v4. Can you play it, Blissey? I don't think you can, even if you break both of your hands and legs.
Not enough damage coming from Team Lithuania. I don't think the Arlot pick was it, or the Kagura pick as well. The Funny is gonna try to secure the buff of Beijing Bliss, which is the smartest choice. He could have made his 5-1-5. Melody 6-0-7. Aurix over there.
This engage, jumping on 2 members of the side of Israel, and now Instinct goes down. Killing spree for Brody, and this Brody is getting stronger and stronger. Oh, Mlbb in trouble. Has to jump out. Needs to use every skill in his pocket to survive. Majestic, meanwhile, will be dying for his tower. Mega kill on Brody!
Aurix just got his Sky Pierce as well, so he has 1 stack on that item. He's going to be a bit more of a nuisance to deal with. Action in top lane takes the weight of Arlot. That's the only thing he can do, right? He's underfarmed, his jungle just got fallen, but the level difference is still not there. Super charging on. Doesn't commit. Oh, Clint! Oh, never mind. It's a lap, my mistake.
The levels are not there yet. Mlbb is even 1 level up compared to Aurix, but he is 5-1 in a losing team. And if we look at his gold, he has 5,000. He is actually the richest guy on the map right now. So Aurix wants to take this one home as well as the first one. He was the carry, he was the MVP of that last game, and now Harazi could be in trouble. He's getting harassed by everyone else. He's trying to play it out through Lapu's ultimate form. Aurix will be, might be in trouble because now Instinct is here with his cables, but he kind of broke his hands.
I don't think so. I think the fan is going to try to go back at bot lane as soon as possible to maybe try to get a pick. Never mind, he's heading up to a turtle. Majestic, Ice Cream, and Mlbb giving out the vision coming. Proper cabling coming from Instinct. He has the instincts to do that. Look at that. Beijing's beast is not behind, right? But the only thing I dislike with the draft of Team Lithuania is the Kagura pick, right? I mean, that's the biggest mistake I think they did in this entire draft. Everything else worked completely fine together. The Kagura is just too squishy, not enough pro control for my liking, and that's what they're lacking mostly.
Kagura definitely looks like the weakest link in that composition. Right now, 1-5. Micro doesn't have the best game. That can be definitely set for him. And now Lord spawning in 90 seconds. We might have a little bit of chill time, a little bit of scaling. If we look at the composition, I believe in late game it will be a little bit harder for the side of Israel, as you have established. Fanny will have harder times locking her targets in. Now Ice Cream with the face check. Majestic trying to go for the tower. Looks like, oh, there's a pull. Mlbb could have been in trouble. And there's the disengage from Ice Cream. He forces Aurix into his own flicker and now plays it out. Blissey is rotating, but Lapu is nowhere to be seen. He's too far away on the other side of the map. Instinct trying to play it out. Unstoppable Aurix, and he completely destroys that unfortunate panda.
Kagura forced back out. Lapu still has his bravest fighter. Maybe he's gonna try to join in on the fight afterwards and try to get some cadavers coming through. Even so, as you said, 4 seconds to Lord. I don't think the chill time is here. Blissey and Instinct are still at an equal pace in farming. I think Baksha's gonna be a bit over a higher level, considering he's gonna take that top lane. Still, I don't think it's gonna be enough for him to take that advantage, right? Ice Cream and Majestic always up in his face, joined up by Mlbb.
And well, right now, who is Majestic? Is not only Majestic, but also, oh, there's a fight happening. Ice Cream against all odds now, but engaging, catching Aurix off guard, and now Micro goes down. It's also Blissey, and only Mlbb and Super are left alive right before the Lord.
That was a pretty big takeoff coming from Ice Cream. He was doing a lot with that way of the panda. I mean, come on. Gotta give props where props are due. The heavy spin just pushing the Brody out of his position, just managing him to shut him down. That's right. No, you're not used to this, right? The panda pick is such a niche pick. You see it extremely rarely.
I mean, Ice Cream kind of burned it before, but now he cooked a beautiful dish and he served it for the rest of his team. And right now Israeli and Squad will be pushing into the base of enemies, of course just the first Lord, who is the weakest, as we all know. Oh, Ice Cream looking for more. Now with a face check, getting half HP gone. He will be waiting right now.
I mean, I believe it's going to be in the best of 2 but I think still Lithuania is going to take the cake at the end. Yeah, the team comp, it's equal, right? The Lord is probably gonna get. No, never mind. The Lord is gonna be full HP. The Cooper did a good job. Never mind. That's so good.
Alright, it's gone.
The Lord is gonna be able to charge in.
Alright, there is the charge. The tower getting pushed in, but Ice Cream too deep. Now he will be paying with his. Oh, he will not be. He did pay with his life, but now is Mlbb in action with Instinct. They are trying to clean it up, but Aurix kills Majestic and as well Ice Cream. And now chasing up Mlbb. Aurix almost dies for his tryings, but triple kill in the end marks the 9th kill of this Brody, who has almost all of the kills of his squad, and he is the glue that holds Lithuanian squad together.
I think that's what Team Lithuania was missing, a glue. Now I think about it, something to stop the Panda, something to stop the Lapu from disappearing from the map. Even so, look at Instinct, right? He's just playing with the foot. Final slash being missed out by Mlbb. Oh, that was a brutal mistake.
True, there is this big cooldown coming for a lot, so he cannot be that active. But Lord is spawning in 60 seconds, so you still have time to get that cooldown back up. But Instinct, unfortunately, kind of throws himself up by his XP. He's level 14 compared to Aurix level 12. Of course, that Baksha is also level 14, but it's very important that your carry gets those levels in before those big fights, because only defenses he is getting are from the levels.
I mean, look at Mlbb's damage compared to Aurix. 14,000.
Oh, there's a pull happening on Mlbb. He needs to flick around, but Mlbb tries to chase him down. But Mlbb might be getting now caught by Micro, and Micro is making this Kagura finally be what he wanted it to be. Now Super trying to play it out with Aurix. Aurix has to retreat with a flicker out. Now Instinct getting pulled back. Mega kill for Aurix, and Bliss is still fighting on with the rest of enemies, and now going for Harazi. Vu needs to flicker out. Will he be caught though? Blissey unfortunately cannot catch him, but this Lord will go for the side of Lithuania.
They just turned that fight around. The Brody is brutal. He's so much damage, does so much to lap. I mean, I have to give props to Beijing Bliss with that proper engage and Micro picking out the unit that was holding down the team of Israel together. But will Beijing fall down at the hands of the Lord? No, close enough though.
Oh. But Super might be getting caught. Mlbb is now the target. I feel like the Arlot is so squishy. Don't you feel like that yourself? I don't know what he is building, but his health bar is just not there.
I think it's a support build Arlot. There's gonna be a tank emblem, there's gonna be a support emblem, neither a fighter emblem. Even so, Lapu has been doing a little less than him. Yes, he has a bit more assist.
There's an engage coming from Kufra, going for Ice Cream, but it's just Ice Cream. It's that fluffy panda who is pretty tanky. Oh, that one shot from Instinct! He just found Kagura and obliterated her from the map.
And come on, this one has been brutal. Also the Kimi as well. I think those are the targets that need to be taken off the map for Lithuania to take an advantage. The Lord was defended in the middle, as we saw previously. Even so, with the Lord advantage minions, didn't manage to push almost anything.
I mean, this catch on Kagura, that was pretty big, and Instinct had his instincts ready. When his spider sense was tingling, he caught Micro off guard. Unfortunately for them, Super could have been in trouble, but he was able to jump out.
Mlbb has the second lowest goal at 6.7 thousand. 2,000 gold ahead of his own roamer, 7,000 I believe, behind for Ice Cream. So I mean, pretty big lead, pretty big difference. And Micro as well, look at that, 7.4 thousand gold, only has 2 items if I'm not mistaken. But Aurix is still in the lead, and the second most is Beijing, was out farming the Funny.
That's very noticeable, and it's not something that I realized before, but you are absolutely correct. Beijing is at farming that Funny, so this Baksha will be super tanky, coming for that next Lord who will be spawning in next minute. Oh, but there is something cooking up. Lithuania holding this bush. Okay, nothing will happen, at least for now.
Slow pacing games, they're looking for one pick-off to change the entire fight. We're seeing both the Clint and the Kimi standing together to maybe catch one person off guard, to one-shot them completely. Panda taking up a really good positioning in the blue.
Oh, Majestic! This one shot for coming from Micro, even though this Kagura is pretty far behind. And now Instinct is caught by everyone else from the side of Lithuania. And now Unstoppable Brody goes for Ice Cream. Ice Cream has to run away. He still has Flicker. Will he be able to run out? He is trying to make some time, make some space for himself. But monster kill Brody.
That Funny just going for Micro was the biggest mistake he could have done all game. He was baited a lot. And that's just not a really good thing to fight before the turtle is a really big thing. The honestly, for the Lord, I think it's a pretty big mistake to fight. Oh my god!
Oh, there is a big catch by our Lord. Crazy ultimate, godlike Aurix, double kill. Majestic goes down and it's only Harazi defending the base, but can he do it? 5 seconds for Instinct, can he clear the wave? Lapu, you have to pull your best moves. Now he is getting caught up, I don't know, can he clear it though? The super is dead, now only minion is left. Can he clean it up? Instinct is trying to play it out with his cables, and I think it's just enough. Lapu, 0 deaths defending his base from the usurpers.
You have to keep cross reports are to Instinct and Harazi combination, just defending that Majestic base ending push was really, you know, great, right? Lapu uses bravest fight, but we saw the Arlord using his Winter Crown to immune the stun of Lapu. I mean, come on, keep cross reports are due. Look, let's take another look.
Take a look at this fight once again. It was a crazy cleanup from Oryx, but this defense coming from Lapu, which we will not see again, but there is a fight to be having very soon. But right now you don't have Instinct near you. Blissey is already engaging on Harazi. Lapu will be forced out. Now there's this Panda trying to push everyone around to make some space. Super playing it out. Aurix poking him down. There's so much damage coming from this Brody.
That's just forcing out both of their flank lines to back out base, get up and ready to fight another day. But even so, the fun is just running from bot lane in basically a mere seconds is what's changing the game, right? Look at that 4-man advantage on the Lord. Majestic showing himself.
Yeah, we are in no position. Lord has been taken. Harazi, I don't think Instinct can get here in time. Ice Cream is here. No, he tries to do it, and he did it. He is able to take the Lord, and now they're taking the fight to their enemies. Ours go down, and Instinct is trying to run away with his prize. Lord's taken. Oh, maybe even going for Micro. In the end, Micro survives for now, but Aurix, big shutdown, going the way of Israel. They were able to pick up this Brody, so important move.
Rook being slain out is the biggest deciding factor during this game. He is the sole carry of Team Lithuania. Yes, the gold gap is basically non-existent right now. It's the late game, but even so, you can still feel the difference between the mid laners, right? The Kimi and the Kagura. Just two exactly polar opposite. The Kimi doing a lot of damage, doing a lot of disease, but the Kagura doing not so much.
I mean, you have to give it to Micro. Right before that, the way they were able to approach that fight before, it was only because Kagura got that bait off. He was able to bait Instinct. And with that 2-9 score, I mean, you have to give him props. Well, right now, Israelis are pushing into the base of their opponents, and Lord is being pushed on the bot side, but he's kind of left here alone, so you don't have him yet by your side. 100 seconds for the next Lord, but still this Lord will be pushing over. No aura on the bottom tower. And well, the question to be had is, will Israel be able to close this one out? They have it rough. Brody has outscaled all their carries, and their only option is to try to one-shot it. Instinct now with immortality, and he looks like he tries to cook some play up. The tower will be pushed by Lord. It goes down. Mid tower almost going down as well. Now they try to defend it. Aurix needs to flicker out. He's still alive. He's hiding in the base. They try to go for finish. Ice Cream pushing everyone away. And now Kagura, can he join in? Ice Cream goes down. They try to chase them. I don't know if that's the correct play, because of course they are missing one guy, but you don't have Blissey yet. Blissey is speeding through though. He's trying to chase them up. Aurix is chasing as well with Mlbb. Aurix half HP gone. Majestic needs to run away, because if he doesn't, this could be the end for this series. Well, right now, 40 seconds for the next Lord. The gold difference is practically non-existent. 6 towers for the side of Lithuania and 8 towers for the side of Israel. But anything can go right now. One wrong move and you are going down. Aurix now without his flicker. That will be super important for a fight that will be had very soon over this next Lord. Ice Cream, no flicker for himself. Super finding this engage on Majestic, forcing him out with Purify. Purify now gone, and Instinct is trying to fish someone out, but he gets caught up in the crossfire and almost goes down himself. In though he still had his immortality. Super looking for something. Arlot now going for recall. and Madara has entered the battlefield. Lord is on the map. Ice Cream trying to push them out, try to look for that one juicy engage. Super getting pushed out from this good position. Mlbb engaging, crazy engage from Arlott, and now goes in everyone. Haraz goes down. Untargetable Super goes down as well. Majestic Ice Cream is gone. Out is still alive. Instinct goes down, and it's only Majestic trying to play it out with Melody against two members of the opposing team. Can they play it out though? I don't think they want to go for that risk. Instinct dead, Harazi gone, Ice Cream gone, Bleezy gone, Super gone, and Mlbb dead. Aurex, most damage dealt, but Majestic and Melody started Lord up. And they are going for it. Can Aurex get in time? He flickers in. He doesn't have the nerves. He goes in, kills Majestic and kills Melody as well. Now with a double kill, they will take the Lord together as a bold package. And that marks new push coming for the side of Lithuania. Oh, Lord, will be reset. Little rock on the road, as they say. But yeah, they will be able to finish it off. And now, soon, there will be a new push. Immortality picked up for Harazi. Instinct doesn't have his immortality available right now, if I am saying it correctly. Aurex could be maybe thinking about his own immortality for himself, because he is super important. He doesn't have his flicker right now because he used that flicker. He burned it for that option to pick up Lord. And now he's kind of vulnerable. Instinct trying to fish something up. He will be going for Lord, but Lamai will be cooking. Going for Ice Cream. Ice Cream needs to run away. It looks like Instinct will have this one gun with Lord, but Lord is super strong. He's absolutely destroying this Fanny. She's trying to steal some time for themselves. And she will probably be able to recall just fast enough for the defend. She is right here with the rest of the team, but can Arlott find this juicy new ultimate? Super challenging now with Kufra, but there is Panda pushing everyone away. Mlbb going in, untargetable base is getting attacked. Half HP on that base, Busy is trying to play it. Auris go down, they don't have the carry. Can Lithuania push on through? I don't think they can. Bleezy goes down, now Micro has to run away, Flicker, but Instinct will chase him down. I think we have a third game in front of us, because I think Instinct will just clean it up, kill Micro, and I don't believe Mlbb has what it takes to defend this base.
One final slash can turn the tides around of the battle, but even so, the minions are below half HP. Oh, he falls down at hands of Majestic. That's such an unfortunate thing to happen to him. I saw that last push, but nothing they can do. As soon as they lost Aurex, it was game over for Team Lithuania. Second game of the series goes out to Team Israel. And Warren, what do you have to say?
I mean, it was absolutely crazy game, and from what we saw before, since we didn't see the gold difference at first, I was expecting that, alright, it will be tough, it will not be easy, because they were able to obtain 8 kills compared to 20 in the first map, but I wasn't expecting such a turnaround. But Israel, I must hand it to them, this Fanny was fire. And this is what you want to see from that first pick. If you have that first pick priority and you go for something that carries you the game, that's a strategy you want to have. We can recall some highlights from that game. Aurex, players to look out for is definitely Aurex, who was carrying his team very hard. Micro, unfortunately, didn't have such a good game. Bleezy being that frontline tank, but unfortunately, in the end, Instinct and his plays were just enough to clean it up and finish it for the side of Israel.
Finally, just getting those early game kills, I believe 3 of them. And just punishing down whenever he could, rotating as much as possible, split pushing as well. I mean, I think he gets the MVP this game. Even Aurex.
I mean, there is a debate to be had between Aurex and Instinct. Since usually you award the MVP to the winning team, I think it will be just fair to give it to Instinct. But in the case if Lithuania won this game, it definitely goes to Aurex, because Aurex was having a crazy game. He was cracked, and I think this Brody is something to look out for, and maybe even ban-worthy.
I mean, I agree with you completely. Maybe it's a comfort pick, or maybe it's one of his most played picks, but I didn't see the Kagura here shine as bright as maybe they wanted to do. Or the Arlott as well. Arlott wasn't shining bright as well. I mean, he was doing his plays. Yes, he got at a really massive final slash at the end. I believe it was before this exact play. even so, I don't think it was enough for him to make it a worthwhile pick. Compared to the Lapu was holding out a bit more. That, Raging Slash, just clearing out minion waves and defending as fast as possible. That shutdown is what turned the games around.
I mean, I hope you will see that one moment where Oryx just went completely mental and he jumped in with a flicker and cleaned 2 remaining members. I think it will be right now. This was absolutely crazy move from Oryx, and he was able to clean them up with a double kill, and that way they were able to push with Lord into base, but unfortunately for them, Instinct was able to clean up, as you see right now.
I mean, Instinct just having infinite energy on that Fanny, basically just punishing as much as possible. I mean, the rotation is what made this game happen, right? The Fanny rotation compared to Bakshi rotation and the Kagura Kimi, complete or opposite, right? One's a tank, one's a marksman. You can rotate, you can fight, but you can do a bit more damage as well.
23 minutes. Both of us were wrong. I believe this is one of the longest games here on the qualifier, isn't it?
I mean, well, if not probably the longest, but look at the damage from Brody. 124,000, a bit more away from Clint at 117,000 and 17,000 behind. Clint is the Kimi with 101,000 total damage. I mean, look at the Fanny as well. Basically a tank build doing a million, trillion damage. Come on, it was a complete slaughter from the side of Israel, right? Lithuania with Oryx just slaying out as much as he could, but still not enough to carry an entire game by himself. The Kagura wasn't there, the Kufra wasn't there most of the times, and especially the Arlot wasn't there.
I mean, I must disagree with you a little bit. I didn't like the Arlot in the beginning, but then he was able to pull out some crazy ultimates that were able to win them a lot of fights in the meantime. I think you were missing for that part. But I agree that Kagura wasn't the best. She wasn't performing that much, so they definitely should have a new plan. They should switch it up. They shouldn't go for Kagura. They should approach the draft differently. But well, new draft, new rules, new champions. So we will see how they will approach it. If we look at gold obtained from minions and creeps, it was super close game, by the way. Super close one. So something that we already saw from that first game. And I believe the third will be the same. I think it is going to be absolute slaughterhouse to the end, to the absolute last second. And until the end, you will not know who will win.
Who do you think is gonna take the cake in game number 3?
Yeah, well, you asking me that, you are just making it hard for me because I really cannot tell. I don't know, Zach. If I would have to bet, I would bet on both, or I wouldn't bet on any. Like, I don't know who wins those. Because Ares is a crazy carry performance. Then you have Mlbb, who, even though he had a rough early game, was able to pull out crazy ultimates from Arlot, setting those plays up. Then you have Instinct on the other side, paired up with Majestic, and then Kimi player on mid lane. I think it's so hard to say, Zach, and we will have to see for the tournament.
I wish I was here for game number 1 as well. I wish we were here actually for game number 1 to see what happened in the first one. We could have get a better idea of both of these teams, but we saw a lot of prowess coming in from both of these teams in game number 2. But even so, I mean, I like that Fanny pick. It's one of my favorite picks. I mean, I like the Brody as well. It's a unique pick. It's a niche pick. You don't see it as often as you should, but still, he's doing a ton of damage. The Arlot being there, he didn't have someone to combo with. Maybe if they had the friend ring jungle instead of the Bakshi, would have been a bit better for him, right? Just giving CCs to Arlot, making him dash and escape every possible chance he got. But still, I think the Kagura was broken chain link there.
It definitely looked like it. Kagura was the weak chain link. Well, now they need to repair their chain. They need to fix up that weak link for the third map, right as we will be going into a break. Hello, welcome back to Iesf European Qualifiers. Here I am, your host Warren1x, and together with Zach Zakota. How you doing, Zach?
I'm doing fine, a slight tad bit angry, not because of the games, but because what happened to my internet connection. But even so, the mistakes happened in the past, but I'm waiting to see what Team Lithuania or what Team Israel is going to pull in game number 3 of the first series of the day. What do you think, Warren? What do you think was the biggest strength of Team Israel?
I mean, for the side of Israel, that's a little bit harder to tell because Majestic was very strong. Then you obviously had Instinct, and then you definitely had Mlbb on that Kimi. So it's between those three players, and it's really hard to pinpoint one out because Majestic super high DPS, Mlbb super high damage throughout, and then Instinct locking those important kills out. But for the side of Lithuania, that would be super easy because it was Oryx. It was Oryx. You cannot say literally anyone else because Oryx carried that game on his back, and unfortunately his back broke in the end, and he just fell short.
Maybe he needs one of those like back rubbing creams, the Team Lithuania just needs to apply a bit more, get him through the day. He's been working hard, he's been taking the forest, he was doing everything in his power to take a hold of the game. But even so, I'm waiting to see what's going to happen in the draft, right? Against the Fani getting respect ban, Cheap Kalea, Badang, and Selena going off, and I expect the Brody to go away as well.
Brody, really? Isn't there a counterpick, a decent counterpick against Brody? Can you not really punish him by picking a correct carry into him?
You can do that, but it's easier to ban him, right? If it's the comfort pick of Oryx, I mean, you'd want the comfort pick to be gone, right? Even if he plays against a hard matchup, it's still not going to be enough. Yes, you can pick the Lolita into it because of her shield. You can reflect the torn apart memory back towards the Brody and his team. Even still, I don't think it's worth a wait. Juk Shin getting banned out. I think we're going to see a obvious first pick for Team Lithuania.
Oh, Fovius. Alright, let me switch to my purple suit. Well, unfortunately, I don't have it here. Well, if it will be Fovius, I will be super hyped. Of course, the Fanny respect ban is pretty logical. Now you got smacked by Fanny pick pretty strongly. There is no debate to be had that the Fanny was one of crucial elements that were able to beat you down. And well, it's Kimi actually, and Kimi for the side of Lithuania is pretty interesting because if we go into a little bit of a history lesson, at least a quick history lesson, you can see that Mlbb played Kimi in the first game, you can see Mlbb played Kimi in the second game, if you remember, and now Lithuania is still in this pick away, and they're like, alright, you play a lot of Kimi, brother, but now we will play a lot of Kimi right now in this last game where it matters the most. And they try to push him towards something that he isn't so familiar with, probably. But maybe Israeli inside have it in their head. They're playing 5D chess and they are prepared for this and they have an answer.
I believe they're going to go for the Lucas Matilda combination. Both of them left open on the table, and there it is. I believe Team Lithuania needs to counter by with the Baxia jungle. They really need that Baxia until in the early game. The Valentina, Oryx. Okay, I see that. We are cooking. But I expect the Baxia on next lane here, right? Or the Rome position. Either two, it would be really great.
Baxia on XP lane. Well, I trust your judgment that he's pretty strong right now. We saw him a lot being banned or either picked up. Now he's locked in. But I don't know, I feel like he's fitting the jungle role more profoundly. Maybe it's because I am lacking the information, I'm lacking the games to be seen with him on XP lane. I can't really imagine it working that well as he is working well in the jungle, in my opinion.
I mean, it's a good flexible healer, right? You can flex him XP, you can flex him on room, you can flex him on jungle. Jungle and roam position are basically the same, right? You have to rotate with the mid or you have to rotate with the jungle. I mean, if you're going with a Baxia jungle, you're going to have to rotate bot lane because he's the support, right? He's the carry. He needs to apply that 25% anti-heal to these enemies, and they pick the Brodies for themselves.
Oh, they did indeed. So takeaways on both sides, and if we would count Baxia, then that wouldn't really be a takeaway because Lithuania actually had it. So I got I scrambled myself a little bit here. But we are approaching the second ban phase, and what are your guesses for the bans? Fivos is still open. You were addressing him as a decent first pick. Do you think he will still be picked up, or he will be banned away?
I think Phoebus is going to get banned away, joining the Badang. I think Team Lithuania is going to get rid of him because they already know, right? He's going with the Matilda Lucas combination. Lucas is going to be on the jungle. There's no reason for him to be picked out as a support, right? We're going to see the Luoi getting banned out, the rotation master, and I think there's going to be another mid lane ban. And I know, actually, it's going to be an experienced lands ban, being the glue.
Oh,
Lithuania is going to ban the glue, and I think Israel is going to ban the Moscow.
All right, let's see if you snipe. Let's see if you snipe it. We
Come
have
on,
30
come on,
seconds.
I'm crossing my fingers.
We have 30 seconds to see if you truly did. Well, right now, looking at the composition, Lithuania have pretty interesting composition where there is Bakshia, who is this decent frontliner. He's rotating all over the map, paired up with Valentina. Valentina is a little bit of a snowball champion, so not really that well working together with Kimi. Also, with that Valentina pickup, you are basically saying, all right, this Kimi is our carry, so she will be moved to the gold line and not being in the mid line. So a little bit more danger coming her way, probably. So there might be a lot of action happening where Matilda and Lucas will be rotating towards Kimi and shutting her down early on.
I believe so. I just noticed, you're right, the Kimi is going to be the gold lane. Or it's going to be a Valentina XP lane. Hold on, what do you think?
Valentina XP lane. I never saw that. I think I can imagine it even less than Bakshia XP lane. I would be flabbergasted if that happened. But CC is out of the picture, so that leads me to believe that Israel wants to pick Phoebus, and I believe Lithuania should see this angle and ban him out. No, they go for Farsa, and I believe Israel will lock in Phoebus right now.
I mean, with that Monlo he's carrying around his back, I don't think he's going to be with it. I think Kacha for Team Israel. That taunt is going to be very dangerous, just going to take the eyes away from, the taunt from the Kimi. Just target him and him alone, getting his passive charged up, that focusing Iron Mark. But even so, it's still a hard thing to decide, right? The Phobius is a good, stopper for Bakshia, is will form. But even so, I mean, come on, Kacha with that AOG and that taunt combination can just change the tides of fights around.
You're absolutely correct. But let's see what they will lock in for themselves. It's actually Lapu Lapu, and that's Lapu Lapu once again going for the side of Israel and for the hands of Harazi, as Harazi will be playing him out once more.
What do you feel about the Yuzhong not being banned this game?
True. True indeed. Yuzhong is still open for the taking, and I believe you were saying that Lithuanian side have a strong Yuzhong player, so there is an option to still pick up Yuzhong. Suyo going in the jungle, so Bakshia will be the roamer, and now we need that to
roam or XP.
Exorcist of the
I believe Bakshia will be
roamer.
As we have Yuzhong. Yuzhong locked in, so Bakshia roam. You were just speaking about how he rotates. We were just speaking about how fast he rotates over the map. And now it's Yuzhong in the XP lane. And well, I think Team Montenegro should be right here in the chat, writing down notes for Besart, or maybe we will see that Besart was actually the prodigy, and Lithuania will fall short with this Yuzhong and not perform. What are your guesses?
And I think, the spirit of Besart is going to live on in Mlbb's hands, and they're going to take advantage of that. But what's Israel's mage be going to be? What do you think? What do you feel?
Well, you have this dive-in composition, so you need something to follow through. I'm thinking...
Sicilian. Interesting.
I was kind of thinking about him since Luigi is gone, Farsa as well, so these typical artillery mages that you are left with is just Cecilion and maybe something a little bit more off meta. We don't see so much Cecilion, but it makes a lot of sense. like Wu can reach him. Only Suyo will try to dive him, but Baxia will be stopped with the front line. And Yuzong, he can go for him, but Cecilion in the meantime will already be blasting their back line. Suyo will be getting low. You were speaking about him having less magic defense, so he will be getting blasted by Cecilion and completely destroyed from range.
But let's not forget about the Black Dragon form coming from the Yuzhong being able to dive deep in the backline. That was the most and best case of a Yuzhong use back then, when he was meta. You know, just being able to be CC immune, just suppress would actually only stop it, but it kept making you go forward. Even still, we're gonna see a pretty even rotation, I believe. The Baksh is gonna start out the red buff for the Suyu, if I'm not mistaken, getting a bit of help from him, never mind. Even so, look at menacing Blood Serpent skin.
And of course, the menacing Naruto skin that is pretty new to Lucas. And this is pretty lore accurate, as Suyo will be matching up with that Sasuke skin against Instinct's Naruto Lucas. I mean, that's one for the ages, not really that much happening in your typical games. Aurix, meanwhile, with a 1v1 against Majestic, pushing him away, but I think this is to be expected with this Kimi versus Brody match.
I think I spot the mistake from Mlbb not grabbing that third. Oh my god, Petrify!
Mlbb goes in, he's absolutely bonkers. He almost goes for Harazi, but Harazi in the last second flickers out. This combo was kinda crazy.
Majestic, under a lot of pressure, gets first blooded by Blissey. Even so, I think they usually have gotten his third skill first.
It looks like. But now Instinct is in trouble under his tower, trying to survive, but he just goes down, and Blissey, I mean Sasuke, picks up the cake.
We're going to see a bit of stun coming from Bayaza. Even so, look at Yuzhong just cutting up the wave. No fear whatsoever in that man's eyes. The Lapu Lapu is still level 1 compared to a level 3 Yuzhong.
We were just speaking before that game how Lobby didn't perform so well on a lot, but he is just reborn on this Yuzong.
Oh my god. Almost catching up that Naruto. Sasuke is in the winning side right now. You know, he got that Sharingan awakened recently, but even so, a big
Instinct getting this level 4 though.
Mlbb. Petrify is not ready. 4 seconds for that.
Mlbb getting caught up by Instinct, but this is just enough for Beijing Blissey, who will be finishing this turtle. Lapu Lapu in the meantime trying to get his level 4 and his ultimate. Oh, this is Instinct in trouble. He doesn't have his ultimate form yet. Ice Cream runs away and leaves his jungler alone. Size him last second, but not really, because Biaza, with his ultimate form stolen away from Instinct, goes for a second kill on the opposing jungler.
He unleashed the beast truly with that spectacular flicker combination. Beijing Blissey is level 6 compared to Lucas level 4. Aurix in the bot lane is just completely decimating that tower right now. Cecilia is heading there. Lucas is gonna head there, and as well the Baksha is gonna try to support him in the triple bush.
Super is trying to cook something up, but he cannot really find that right target. Melody needs to retreat. And Cecilion, yeah, he's that late game carry, he's that late game scaler. Oh, there's a 1v1 happening on the top side. Harazi needed to ult out of this situation. Yuzong might be the one in trouble, actually.
That Bravest Fighter being used is a better trade-off than dying to Yuzhong's Blood Dragon form. Even so, that's a really bad trade for Mlbb. He made a solo cube play right there, using the Black Dragon form.
Majestic goes down once more, being dove again on the bot side. This is horrible game for Majestic, and I think he believed himself to be the superior Brody, but after this reality check, 0-2, how can you play?
Hey, it's still only 3 minutes and 40 seconds in. Maybe they're gonna get off on Lucas, but even so, Super going in. Oh, baits him out.
Aurix level 6. Compared to Majestic's is level 4, almost level 7. This is a tough spot to be in. Turtle will be spawning in 15 seconds, and now there's a 5,000 gold lead for the side of Lithuania.
Bravest Fighter coming through raging slashes as well. Beijing Blissey poking him out. The dash coming in from Attila, guiding winds, just helping him to slow. Instinct.
Made it once more. He cannot even take his orange buff in peace. Now Matilda trying to run everyone up. poke them a little bit and gather information, but only information you are getting is that next turtle is coming not your way, but the way of Lithuania.
Yuzhong being at a 0-0-0 score, you know, he's the passive player, same as Matilda, same as Zidane, same as Lapu Lapu. We know the passive team over here. Majestic, though, a bit too early, getting shown out by Super. Look at that bot lane. The Lucas is going a bit of harm. Yuzhong's trying to catch him up on his blue path.
Also, it's so important to say, yeah, Yuzhong is having this 1v1 go his way. Absolutely destroying Instinct. He had no chance. And I believe this is
Black Dragon form.
Yuzhong. Black Dragon form going in, charging on everyone. Ice Cream goes down. Second kill for Mlbb. Mlbb is trying to play it out. Aurek super low. Harazi will try to play it. Now Majestic running away. And fortunately for him, surviving Bayaza. Some kills are being picked up for the side of Israel, but 6,000 gold behind. Then you are lacking only 5 kills. That's such a huge gold gap.
I mean, it's a pretty massive goal gap, but even so, it was a 3-4-2 trace. I don't think it was worth it from Team Lithuania, giving them an advantage, especially on that Brody, right? He got his first item with that being the, I believe, Bissell. I'm not sure, I didn't see it correctly. Even so, knock up
getting caught by perfect hitbox of Mlbb, forcing Ice Cream to be killed once more. And now Instinct forced into his ultimate form, trying to poke some damage back. Harazi going super deep, and I think this might have been the end of him. Unfortunately for him, he was able to save himself at the last second.
Look at how oppressive that Furious Dive is from Yuzhong. The Suyu is gonna clear out at bottom. Maybe they're gonna wait for a tier 1 Lord at minute 8. But I still think they're going to try to compete for the turtle, right? I mean, that's the only right choice Instinct should do. He's a bit behind. He's not a bit behind. He's 4 levels behind Beijing Blissey. Man, pretty huge lead.
I mean, Israel right now needs to slow down and try to defend their Cecilion, because Cecilion is their only real hero who can still carry your game right now at this moment. He can try to defend the base. He has the tools available to him. And if you are able to slow it down, push it towards 5 more minutes, able to scale up, that could be the way to come back into this game.
Fling being exhausted from Majestic by using Kimi's ultimate. A lot of damage. The pool coming from Steel. Miss out Furious Dive used to evade that. Are we gonna get a tower ability on the bottom lane used though? I don't think the lap was allowing
Bayaza getting caught, forces out, ultimate
Black Dragon form
is out, but Ice Cream getting down by Mlbb. And now the rest is trying to retaliate, going for super, but Aurek protects his brother and lets him retreat.
7 minutes and 20 seconds, reaching the first inhibitor tower, falling up by maybe a close second on that top lane. The Lord is about to spawn. 30 seconds for that to happen. Look at that gold. 11,000. No, actually 6,000 gold lead, if I'm not mistaken, or 8,000 gold lead.
I think it's right now 11,000 gold lead. I think your math is not mathing, Zach.
My math is not mathing, right?
It's 11,000 gold difference at 8 minutes. This is ridiculous. This is absolutely crazy from the side of Lithuania, and it looks like they've been reborn into this third map. They were like, alright, enough of these little games. Now we play like real gamers. And they are absolutely
look how far behind Instinct is. It's at 3.3 thousand gold compared to Beijing's 8.6 thousand gold lead. Oh my god, this is a humiliation process. You showed me what your Fanic did in the second game, but let me show you what my Suyu can do. Furious Dive coming through with the usual.
He's going diving in, going for Melody, killing spree for Mlbb. Instinct is trying to run away. Mlbb tries to go for the petrified play on Harazi. Instinct goes down together with the rest of this team, probably because only Majestic is alive, and Ice Cream tries to defend their base, but they are super far behind. Can they do it? I don't think they can. Majestic goes down as goes down Ice Cream. And I think they are right now screaming on top of their lungs because they just lost this series.
I scream, you scream, we scream as a team together. Team Lithuania has taken this best of 3 by storm. First game won by themselves, second game won by Team Israel, third game won by Team Lithuania yet again. I mean, man, in the second game I didn't have such high hopes for them. I seen that performance on that mid lane, you know, left me a bit in shambles. Maybe it was a comfort pick, maybe it was a panic pick, who knows. Even still, let's get back into the highlights.
Let's relive those moments which have been very sour for the side of Israel. They got handled. They got very handled. And I don't know how this happened, because their draft looked solid. The strategy was there. I don't know where it crumbled down. I believe it was the difference of Valentina being able to push Cecilion in and Cecilion not having that early game pressure. So probably Cecilion wasn't that smart of a pickup. Maybe some other mid laner who would be able to have that early game pressure. Even though Zuxin was banned, maybe something else. But now, unfortunately for you, you lost that BO3.
Hey, it's too late to change it now, but even so, that the Yuzhong had a beautiful performance, especially using that Furious Dive as many times, even winning out the Lucas in a 1v1. I mean, hey, gotta give props where props are due. Let's take a look at the damages done. The Yuzhong being deleted 33,000. Following closely behind is the Kimi with 28,000. Third place going to Valentina at 24,000. Look, I didn't think the Sui would have so little damage.
I mean, what is important, truly, there is just a little bit of damage. But what is super important is that Brody, even though he got super dove, has 26,000 damage, almost 26,000 damage. So there is something sweet in this sour defeat, at least for Majestic, because I believe he performed to the best of his capabilities given the game he was given, where he was repeatedly dove and he couldn't really play the game as he would want.
But that Bakshas anti-heal coming in clutch in the early game, I think that was the biggest game changer here. I mean, just having your healing, you know, in the early game being cut out by 25% is a huge thing, right? I mean, look at that, 0 damage done to towers from Team Israel, 47,000 coming from Lithuania side. 0 turtles slain, 0 lords taken, 0 turrets touched by Israel. Look at Lithuania, 2 turtles, 0 lords, 8 turrets. I don't think they took the 2 inhibitor turrets that were left outstanding. And look at the gold obtained and damage taken chart as well. What do you think about this graph? What do you think? What do you find curious?
I believe this is the result of such a dominant game that Lithuania just had against their opponents, and I must highlight Mlbb, where he was able to play extremely aggressive and even handling that 1v3 situation early on in that game. And I believe if it went a little bit differently, if there was someone else playing Yuzhong, I believe there could have been a kill happening for the side of Israel, and that might have swung the rope of fate a little bit different way, and maybe we would be looking at a different result. So I have to give that juicy MVP to Mlbb. He definitely performed on Yuzhong.
I agree with you completely, but let's not forget about Kimi's performance. 506 KDA combined of 11. I think a bit higher than Yuzhong's. But as you said, Yuzhong had a bit more of a higher impact towards the team fights and towards that powers being taken down. We saw him going with the Black Dragon from just zoning out and the Furious Dive, just jumping on everyone he could with that Petrify combination. Even still, what do you think was the best pick possible that Israel could have taken? Maybe, let's say, instead of the Lucas being in the jungle.
I mean, I didn't really see Lucas as that big of a problem, but if I would have to switch him up for something else, I would go for something a little bit more mobile, so you can reposition yourself during those early invades. So I would go for Hayabusa. You could still be going for that Kimi, you could still be going for Valentina, you could still be locking those carries out and focusing your burst damage on them.
But with that note, we're gonna go on a short little break. Don't go anywhere, for the upcoming game is going to be a juicer of a game. I am Zakota, joined by Warren. See you guys in a few seconds.
Well, welcome back to today's European Qualifiers, brought to you by Iesf and me as a host, Warren1x, together joined with my co-host Zach Zekota. Hello! Well, how did you like this clash? How did you like the Israeli side versus their opponents, and how in the end Lithuania prevailed and won over this BO3?
You know, I was impressed by Israel in game number 2. They were playing it extremely well, but in game number 3, I think they let it go overhead. Hey, we're gonna take the Brody, we're gonna show them how to play Brody. You said it yourself. But I'm excited about the upcoming matchup between France and Ireland. You know, two potato connoisseurs. One's the farmer, one's the bread maker. You know, French fries. So I'm curious. You know about any of the players from Team Ireland? I believe they have 2 female players.
Alright, we love ourselves a little bit of diversity. That will be exciting to see how they will match up in a very strongly man-dominated environment. So let's see about that in the upcoming clash. First we will see the French roster. Of course. Well, but let's talk the important stuff. How you think they will match up? How you think this BO3 will go?
Personally, I think France is gonna take this in a sweep, best of 2, you know, as they do it, because you know they have Zedel the Snake, Olivia, also another female player. Is gonna be 3 female players during the entire game. Let's take a look at the roster of Team France first. We have Zedel the Snake on the jungle. We have Yuffie, Victor, Neferia, and Zeus. What do you have to say about this lineup? I believe you've seen it a bunch of times, right, Warren?
Well, I believe I saw this Gold roster a bunch of times. Zedel, of course, Juve, of course, the classic Victor, Neferia, Zeus. I saw all of those. And I think it's really important to pinpoint that not only does French roster, not only Ireland roster has some women on their team, but also there is one on the French side.
Introduce us Team Ireland. Actually, I'll do it myself. Look at Jade Randy. I believe she is the first, the female captain, Remy or Raymond. Even so, we have Childish Beans, Cooley, Dumbboard, and Jacob/Kensa. I mean, hey, gotta give props where props are due. This is looking like a really cool matchup. You know, female players heading head to head versus, you know, in, as you said, a male-dominated kind of sport, but let's not forget there is the female WEC ISCF European qualifiers as well, if I'm not mistaken.
You're absolutely correct, and those will be brought to you as well here on ISCF, but that's yet to come. It's yet to come. I believe you will be joined also by Zach right here, so his pretty face will be available to you right through the whole qualifier as well. But well, let's talk draft. Let's talk what's gonna happen. What do you think they will go for?
I believe Zedel is going to go if the Fanny is open for the Fanny pick. If not, he's gonna go for the Hayabusa pick. Again, one of his favorites. But I do not know much about Team Ireland. I haven't heard much of them.
For me, they are kind of new faces on the block as well, but you know, every time someone doesn't know you, you can only surprise them. So yeah, well, for my case, it's unwritten paper, but well, we will see based on the first match, and I am excited a lot for the first game because we don't really know what can come out of this. I would be similarly excited about the Israel versus Lithuania, but well, we had that glimpse of that first game already shown to us, so we kind of had it spoiled to us. But right now we are coming into this blind. We know France is a strong composition, there is a strong roster, they play a lot together, so they are used to each other, they know how to communicate, how to work properly. But well, what about their opponents? It's complete dark matter. I don't know, I cannot see through. I don't know what they will bring to them.
I am on the same side of the pillow as you. I do not know what Ireland is going to pull up with what peaks. But again, we have this for game number 1. What heroes do you think suit both countries? What do you think is a French? What do you think is an Irish hero?
Oh well, since French French people are very, very national about their stuff. So I think anything I choose will be wrong. I think anything I choose will be wrong. But if I had to choose, I feel like Lancelot is a nice French knight himself. I feel like he gives me that vibe. And already you would be asking for the Ireland side, and I feel there is one that's just perfect, and I think it's Roger. I feel like Roger definitely grew up somewhere on the Ireland Isles. Definitely gives me the vibe.
A funny thing, Lancelot is based on the British tale
Oh
of
really?
Lancelot.
Oh really?
So
Is
I
it?
don't think that maybe I was thinking, maybe he's gonna say Guinevere. No, it sounds kind of French. But even so, let's see what they're gonna pull up with Ireland with a respect Link ban coming through. Let's see what Team France is gonna pull up with. I am assuming there's gonna be the Kimi and maybe the Matilda band, but still, hey,
Well,
maybe they're gonna leave it open. What do you think? What do you feel?
Link being taken away from Zedel right off the bat, so now he has a little bit less options to try to carry. Of course, there is still Hayabusa, but I feel like Hayabusa is a little bit more counterable, if you know what I mean, in a case that Link can just disappear with his untargetable ultimate and just jump on the target that he wants to jump on. But where Hayabusa, if he goes in, you just need to stick together and his damage splashes all over each other, and then there is not so much damage on the main target. So in this way, in this regard, I feel like Link is a little bit more rough. So I don't know if they will proceed with that Hayabusa ban. Maybe they will try to cut off the head of the snake and go for Zedel and try to ban him out.
I believe. What do you think the first game is gonna be? What do you think the length is gonna be of the first game? Let's say, who do you think is gonna
All
win
right.
first, and what do you think the time is going to be?
Well, speaking the game lines, I feel like the first game, well, hard to say. We don't really know. So I'm going to do with something in between. So I'm calling 12 minutes. I feel like 12 minutes is enough to go late game scaling a little bit, and I feel like 12 minutes is still enough to come back from a deficit and turn the game around. So I'm calling 12 minutes game.
I'm gonna call it under 10 minutes for Team France. I think they're gonna take the cake. But even so, look at the targeted bans for Zedel. He didn't even ban, but they banned out two of his favorite heroes. The Hayabusa still on the table. Lancelot, as I said, maybe is gonna be picked. We saw it being picked up by Tienzi, I think in game number 1 of the other day.
Got him lined up in my sight.
True, but Kimi is now off the board. You are kind of shooting yourself in the leg because we saw so many Kimi pickups from the blue side, and it feels like with Kimi, where she's flexible and you can put her either ADC, which we see already working right at the last match that we just had. And she can also be put mid lane. I feel like banning her out doesn't really make a lot of sense for the side of France, because I believe their players should be experienced enough to go for that Kimi. So maybe you can try to explain to me what is their thinking.
I mean, maybe they're thinking, look at Team's Ireland bans, right? They're jungle focused. They don't need to focus on the jungle side of bans. But I believe the Kimi is still something of a threat, right? Even if they have first pick, maybe they don't want in their first game dropping bit. They're thinking about today. Maybe Kimi is gonna be a later of a pick. But what do you think the first pick is gonna be? I personally feel it's going to be a Joy in the hands of Zedden.
Oh, Joy, she really is open right now, and even though she got a little bit nerfed, oh, Matilda,
Matilda.
little bit more of a classic, I must say, on the competitive scene. Matilda first pick is something like an evergreen. It's like first day of the week is always Monday, and the first pick of the match is almost always when she's open. Matilda, if she's not banned right now, super strong roamer. If she can be utilized to her maximal potential, then she's very deadly. She can approach the fights, she can initiate the fights, and then retreat her teammates right from the fights as well. Xavier though picked up with Lucas. All right, so we already have a strong mid laner pushing, giving that mid lane priority over to his team, and also those global snipes, which will be kind of hard to land though on Matilda.
The other day we saw Neferia going on the mid lane and Victor going on the gold with his heart. Do you think it's gonna be a repeat of, I believe, the other day, if I'm not mistaken? I was with you, right?
I
No,
don't
I was with
think that
Kronos. I
was
was with
together
Kronos.
with me. I believe it was Crony Boy. And well, I don't know. I don't know what will be happening right here. I'm used to to see Neferia on her typical lane, which is mid lane, right?
No,
I
goal lane.
think no.
Neferia is the goal
Sorry,
laner.
sorry. Goal lane, goal lane. Yeah, sorry, I fumbled my words. So I'm used to her being there. I don't know about the
Shield's
swap
been
meta,
itching
but
for
we
a
will see. We
real
will see.
fight.
Maybe she's more
Team is
comfortable. If
banning.
there is this flexibility, it's always exciting because it can bring you more options for the draft. Kalia being left open and right for the taking as IRL squad take it up, pick it up for themselves.
I mean, the Fov is getting picked out, the Valentina getting picked out, the colored purple is going through the heads of Team France. The bans
Need
from
some
Team Ireland
stitches?
should be
I can
focused
help.
mostly on the goal
Team
and the
is
Melissa's
banning.
going through, so that means they're probably gonna try to go for like a dive composition hero, so they're trying to ban that hero out. And I assume Team France is going to do the same thing by banning out either the Harit or maybe the Clint.
Well, let's see about that. Clint with that big range and Harid with that crazy mobility could be troublesome for that team, of course. But well, looking now at the compositions, IRL have set up for themselves very strong dive in composition. But for the side of France, this is basically the same to be said. France also want to dive in, so we have kind of two aggressive setups where both of the teams are trying to go in, dive in deep, and try to jump the backline and destroy them, ideally the fastest they can.
I mean, we saw the CC getting banned out. That also, gives way to maybe they're gonna pick a tankier jungler. And hey, if you get a tanky jungler, gonna get easily melted. Or maybe I'm still feeling the joy or something of a burst type jungler. The joy, the Nolan, the YS as well. It could even work here, but even so, Ireland needs to ban out either the Rome or the goal lane. Another goal lane. Maybe a Granger needs to be going away.
Granger would be a solid pick, but oh, he is truly getting banned out. But right now, I'm thinking that Ireland kind of shot themselves in their own leg because they were the first to be picking, so they could have went for Granger. They shouldn't be banning Granger, but maybe they are looking for a counter pick on bot lane and they will leave their gold laner to be picking last. That's their idea. That could be it. CC are now being banned on the other side, but now will be followed up with a second ban for the side of France, and that will lock out the second ban phase and open us up for these two last picks that should glue together these compositions. Let's see if glue will be picked up. I don't think so, honestly, for neither of the sides. Maybe for Ireland side could be something like that. But glue getting banned out, that of course cancels all those
Or get
plans.
arrested. Your team is
Gonna see that Layla getting picked up. Warren, look at that. I mean, we know Nefria is a Layla player, but I don't know about Onyx. I don't think I've ever seen him play.
I don't know about Lila. I don't know if I like it. I don't know if I like it. I know she was buffed. I know she was even nerfed afterwards with the Malefic Gun nerfs, where her range is not so big through picking up that item. Oh, it's Joy. It's Joy indeed. So you were right on the mark. Now it will need to be followed up with something that can work with this aggressive jumping in the backline playstyle. And what carry could you have in? What carry do you have in mind?
Well, I also have Carry in mind. A funny joke, but the Moscow I think is gonna take the cake here or something.
to me.
Build an
Fun is all that
the
matters.
one I was gonna say an attack speed marksman, but the one just fits right perfectly in there with a purify for the Kalea's dive. The tsunami slam can be so easily countered, right? A purify is gonna change the whole directory of the game. But the last pick of Team Ireland is probably going to be an either an expilator or maybe a roamer. I mean, I feel the gacha is it's already banned out. What's a good counter to Phobius? Maybe an Xborg, right? Because it's still those true damage, it still can lay in pretty fairly against him. But
The thing is that your strongest counter against Phoebus would probably be CC, but CC is off the board. Now we go for Suyo, so you are matching up Kalia against that Phoebus. That should be alright matchup, can really go either way. But right now in the jungle, this is a very typical matchup that we see in high competitive scene. At least we saw it for the most part of this year, where it's Suyo against Joy. It's the classic. We see it so many times. But the question is, who can run away with their money faster, who can turn the game on its head for themselves faster before their opponent, so they cannot really catch up anymore. Because it can go for either side. Of course, Joy has those crazy team fights, but there is Suyo who, if played correctly, can be locking out those targets, can be going for 1-1, can be going for Valentina, can be going for Matilda. Even one-shot in Joy, there is basically only one hero who can survive the Suyo's burst, and that's Phoebus. You have pretty squishy composition compared to the Ireland side, where Lucas will be pretty formidable himself. He will not be going down very quickly. Kalia herself as well. And Suyo will probably choose something on the side with some bruiser items, so he himself will not be as squishy. Of course, very susceptible to that magic damage, as you have been talking about that nerf happening to him recently. So bad stuff for that Suyo against the Joy match.
But even so, we're seeing a few interesting spells coming from the side of Erlen, thus being the Revitalize and the Flame Shot. That's a bit of an odd combination. You usually see a Kalia with a Flicker, and you usually see the Xavier with a Flicker or the Purifier as well.
I mean, if this Kalia is playing on the roam, it kind of makes sense to get that Revitalize. And also, we see Lucas matched up to Phoebus. I kind of fumbled my words where I was establishing that Kalia would be matching that Phoebus. But of course, it's logical that you put Lucas there. But so far it looks kind of rough. But right now it looks even rougher for Zeus, who needs to flicker out to survive.
I mean, that's worthwhile for the Zeus to flicker out. They already used their Vitalist, they used the Flame Shot.
Remy goes down, Zadel with the first kill, securing it for Victor, and now this could have been dangerous. Unfortunately for them, Zadel goes for more. He's trying to go for Onyx. Onyx flickers out, but this is not enough. Victor is right here with Zadel, and they pick up second kill, and I am worried that this Valentina will pop off.
It's already looking like a win for Team France. I mean, the spells being used so, like, I don't know, how would I explain it? Too easy, they're using it too much. They're using, like, they're free, right? But that has a cost, and the cost of that is your life. But
Zadel is playing it out. He's going for the jungle steal. I don't think, can he survive? He's only going for Remy with that ultimate, charging him down. Onyx cannot play it out, and Childish doesn't have his ultimate available yet. He's so far behind Zadel, and Zeus with this 1v1 goes for schooling.
2-level difference in the top lane already? Man, this is looking like a complete slaughter. Zadel is already level 5. Why Sabin is still level 3? Hey, you have to give props where props are due, but I believe might take a look at the items.
And Victor with another invade going for Childish Bean, not even letting him finish this orange buff, and Zadel is here again, charging up this ult, and he goes with the ult for dive, goes for Dumbledore, needs to retreat now. Oh, he even plays it out, goes for Dumbledore, survives, jumps out. Zadel couldn't snake his way out of this one. Remy goes down though, at least gets one kill back. Skule completely forced away. Now Onyx with a 1v1 getting picked up from Nefiria, and Nefiria picking up second kill for herself.
I think this is gonna be a pretty fast game. Look at Zeus versus Scully matchup. I mean, he's still level 3, Zeus still level 5. I mean, 2 level differences yet again. But in the bot lane, there's not that much help going to the Layla. She needs that late game and she needs that early game protection coming from her own. But still, I don't think there is any help for that. We're seeing Mlbb with the red buff on himself, and the bot is about to fall down at the hands of Nefiria.
Now there's a 2v1 against Zeus, but Zeus is, I think, too far ahead because he plays this 1v2 very well, and he puts Dumbledore super low. Childish said in the meantime goes down on bottom side as well with Remy and Onyx. 3 more kills coming to the side of France, and they are already 6,000 gold ahead at 30-minute mark. I need to rephrase my thinking. I think this will be a 10-minute game, even less.
I mean, as I said, under 10-minute game, but even so, Zadel picked up the Stardew side. Zeus is holding out the turtle, doing a bit of damage with the Conquest Blast. Childish Sadbin is there trying to, maybe try to get a free objective, but even so, Zedel is charging up his ultimate, going towards the bot lane. Layla is looking like a free kill. Just leaving Zeus to the turtle by himself. Come on now, working this guy overtime. Right?
I don't think there is there is a lot of hope left for the side of Ireland. This game completely broke on their heads. Remy goes. He tries to ult it, but doesn't. He does survive indeed, because Dumbard saved him from this one, but Nefira picks up this kill, and Zedel is trying to play it out. He has this shield already, but Scully picks him up. This is a big shutdown coming for the side of Ireland. They continue on, flickering in and daring to go for Nefira. She goes under Getable for a bit and survives just a little bit longer for Victor to pick up a double kill, marking a 15th kill of this game for the side of France.
5 minutes ill, that means that's a 2 kill per minute ratio for Team France, if I'm not mistaken. Even so, that crossbow of tank really helped Nefria in that team fight. Over there just went both, killed fully. There's that inspire, boom, 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 boom. Just melting down Scully. I mean, what can he do, right? Not even Team 7 can stop the might of Zedel.
I think it's so tough right now as Zedel is jumping right in and out. He's ulting you up, but he's getting super boosted. Alright, this was a great play. He goes actually down. This was kind of illegal from Zedel. He kind of overfelled himself.
8,000 gold difference, 5 minutes in. It's a pretty massive stop. But even so, Nefria already won the bot lane. I assume she's gonna go to the top. If not, she's gonna try to fight these blue buff bars. Never mind.
Zeus trying to play it out against 4 members, but there is Mlbb following him up, playing it out with him, and there is Nefiria following through with mega kill. Dumbard goes down Scully. Everyone, this is an ace. Remimu, Onik, Mlbb on a killing spree, wiped out.
A lot of damage coming in from Zeus, and the sustainability with him and Mlbb being completely together, never separated. But even so, look at that, 20 to 3 is such a big difference, right?
It's absolutely horrendous difference, I must even say. Zedel goes down again. He kind of illegally moved there. Mlbb is now the new target, ultimating up. Victor is trying to run away. He still has his flicker, but oh, he turns it on his head. Tries to go for a double kill, even triple, but doesn't go through. Monster kill for Nefiria though, so you still have this strong carry on your side. Zeus didn't die yet, but Zedel is kind of sprinting it towards enemy base, and Victor goes down for the first time.
I don't know why I feel that Ireland is gonna take the second game by storm. I just have that feeling for some reason. I think Ireland is gonna take game number 2 after this one.
Well, if they will use the time that they are now getting dominated by their opponents to rethink their draft and approach it differently, then it could be working. Because let's just speak a little bit about the problems. Oh, Zedel goes down once again, gets caught by Kalia, so this pick is pretty strong about the joy. We've been just talking about it. Untargetable Nefira is trying to burst everyone down. She's still untargetable for
Maniac!
Maniac Nefiria! But we have been just talking about that interaction with our imaginary drafts, how well it would work Kalia against Joy, and you see it. Even with Zedel, the snake, the goat himself, Zedel is getting caught up by this Kalia, even though they are so far ahead. So this goes to show, Mlbb goes down, shut down. Zeus, can he gets out? I don't think so. He goes down, another shutdown, but all of these shutdowns, most of the shutdowns, Nefiria could be in trouble. She's trying to jump out. Shouty Sedmin tries to follow through, but Victor is sending him away. There is Zedel trying to play it out. Scully goes down, and only 3 members trying to survive on the tower. Kalia forcing Dumbard under the tower. Victor needs to flicker out to survive. Snipe almost finishes him off.
Nefiria with a 21 kill death ratio. That's really insane, right? Even so, 29 to 8, not that big of a gap in the gold. One team fight could turn the whole thing around. We just need to get the Layla fed and happy with a big time. Zedel is gonna get picked out.
He actually left. He actually left. He's cooking.
Survived
He's cooking
by
indeed.
a sliver of a hair. Never mind.
Oh, he gets sniped. Charlie Sadmin finally having enough of Zedel and his antics and goes through with that kill. Dumbard getting chased down by Zeus, but I think Zeus overfell this. Double kill goes for Charlie Sadmin, and now Nefiria is trying to play it out. Gets immobilized. Can she survive though? Remimu doesn't follow through with that hit, and Scully finishes Nefiria finally off. Dumbard trying to escape with Kalia. grapple, but doesn't work out for him in the end. Noob is still alive together with Victor. Let's just look at the gold difference. If you look at Xavier, he has the same gold as enemy support, as enemy roamer. That's so rough for you.
I mean, I think he has more gold than the XP laner of Team France.
He does indeed. Of course, Newbie has a lot of kills and assists on his belt. So there goes that. But still, Remy 6,000 compared to opposing carries 9,800, 8,000 on Victor. That's rough. Of course, Zettel felt a little bit short with his crazy antics that he just pulled off in the last like 4 minutes. But rest of his team didn't slack off and they kept on going. They are so far ahead that I think a miraculous play needs to happen from the side of Ireland to come back into this one.
Are probably going to see a Lord fight happening. What do you think? Zettel just got his Holy Crystal. Newbie is just zoning out with Zeus as well. And hey, they're just farming. They're just trying to get Autumn's critical 1-1 build. Okay, that's really interesting. They're just trying to burst them down as soon as possible because they know they're squishes, right? Don't have a single one. Look at Sad Boy.
Nefiria and half HP of Childish Serbin already gone with dual auto attack. So Nefiria is continuing this onslaught onto enemy backline, forcing them to stay in their base. And then I think that's where it falls on their head, because IRL are too squishy right now. Victor tries to fight it out, steal this ultimate for himself and survive just a little bit longer. But
East Bomb, not enough to take down anyone. But even so, do you saw how much damage? The 154,000 total damage. I mean, in 10 minutes, that's a lot.
Ireland are held hostage in their own base. They cannot leave it if they want to keep their heads on their necks. Oh, there is a grab from Kalia, forcing Newbie, trying to run away, but still is just a roamer. Zeus trying to defend his roamer, and Nefiria is right here, ready. Zettel, meanwhile, trying to solo Lord, looks like it for a bit.
I think he's still gonna commit to it, but he just needs a bit. Never mind, he's just building stacks probably. Or is he gonna commit fully?
Has stacks indeed. Could be going for a play, not ulting up yet. Opposing team is moving into position. Oh, Nefiria is forcing them to stay away. Now she gets immobilized though, jumped by everyone. She puts out their flames of hope though, because Damord goes down, double kill, killing spree. Remimu goes down, Onyx is gone as well, and this is a wipeout. Skull, a triple kill for Nefiria. And I believe this will be the end of the first match.
I don't think anyone's alive and ready to defend against this team of strong Titans. Zettel just using ultimate to clear the mini waves, just showing them that they can't waste everything and still manage to end up on top. Nefiria with a 16-1, 12 kill death assist ratio. It's wow. That's just wow.
And just as we were saying that this is a man-dominated sport, this lady completely destroys her opponents and just flips it on his head. Nefiria, absolutely gorgeous performance and absolutely deserved MVP for this.
Even so, let's take a look at the headlights. We see Victor just taking the first 2 kills of the game, Zettel taking the third, and Zeus winning the 1v1 against Scully. Nay, not that lucky. Chalice had been passed down on Zettel again. Even so, the flame shot play made by Remy, it's pretty nice touch, right?
I mean, he tried his best. But now in retrospective, I must tell you that I actually saw that matchup once, where there was Phoebus against Lucas. So right as I remembered it, I realized that it's very bad for the side of Ireland, because this is exactly the same thing that happened. Right, what Zeus did, that Phoebus completely dominated that lane against Lucas. He cannot really play lane. I don't think Lucas in lane is a strong pickup.
I mean, on lane it takes a bit of more skill to play him than in jungle. In jungle he's free to roam the mat and pick off enemies to help him, you know, start that snowball effect to get the ball rolling basically. But even so, in the XP lane he stuck the lane, he has to rotate. Compared to Zeus, right, who has a hero made for the XP lane. You have to give credit where credit is just Zeus played extremely well. He was just zoning out Sky. Look at the level difference. 2 levels always in front of him. I mean, Nefiria just getting a Savage is also a very cool thing, right? The second Savage of the tournament, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you are indeed correct. And it goes to Nefiria for the side of France, and very strong showing, very strong performance from this first map. And well, what are our predictions for the second map? You were letting yourself be heard that Ireland will take it by storm, that you have a gut feeling that they will come back. Do you still agree with that feeling after this bombastic result from the side of France?
I don't know, I still feel it in my tummy, you know, I still feel those butterflies. They're gonna take that game by storm. I mean, I don't know, I have that feeling of deja vu. And, you know, maybe it's going to happen. Who knows? Team Ireland wasn't that bad. I mean, if they have their proper heroes, maybe if they have a bit more support, they could change out the game. I mean, how
By the way,
right?
I would love for you to look at Zettel's damage. Like, he looked very good at the start, but he completely fumbled it, and he did just 26,000 damage. And he got totally carried by the rest of his team, if you look at the damage, bro.
I mean, why try when you have Nefiria in your team, right? Nefiria just carrying the game basically solo. 16-1, 12 KDA. She definitely takes the cake for the MVP. Victor falling closely behind with a 12-1, 8 KDA. And look at Matilda with 30 total assists and 3 kills. I mean, come on. Whatever credit is due.
And I mean, this Matilda did even 20,000 damage, which is more than Suyo, it's more than Kalia, and it's almost the same as did Scali on his Lucas. So pretty strong performance from Newbie. That was no noob performance from him. And well, as we will be moving towards the second map pretty soon, let's check out the stats for this one. Also, because gold obtained was pretty close, at least the gold obtained altogether, but gold obtained from minions and creeps, there's the big difference. 13, almost 14,000 for the side of France. And Turtle and Lords and turrets, no turrets for the side of Ireland. This was a pretty dominant game, and I think if Zettel wanted it to happen, this game could have been under 10 minutes, as you have foreshadowing before.
You predicted it a bit better than me, under 12 minutes. I think you said 11 minutes and 58 seconds or something like that.
I think I did, yeah.
I mean, you're 6 seconds off. Even so, look at the damage done by Nefiria. Again, 80,000 damage in 12 minutes. We've seen a, I believe, 18-minute game, and the most was 124,000 total damage. And hey, props are due. Nefiria played extremely well, but still, I mean, look at, right? I can see where the draft of Ireland comes, right? You have the teams have an build, right? But you didn't have, you know, the Jujutsu Kaisen, you didn't have Satoru Gojo on that Xavier, you know, you had the Starlight card. I think that was the pretty deciding one. If you had Satoru Gojo, who was gonna touch him, right? That infinite domain.
I absolutely love the fact that Nefiria had a medal that was called Tank, and it was above her 80,000 damage. I just love that fact that Nefiria has obtained a medal that's called Tank. Well, anyway, to less funny things. Well, I think definitely more exciting things, but maybe a little bit less funny. Let's think about the draft for the second map. How do you think it will be approached from the side of Ireland? Do you think there are heroes to be banned out for the side of France, and do you think they should switch it up and not target Zettel so roughly? Because, well, it worked, but it worked just in a way that Zettel was kind of shut down, but the rest of his team worked perfectly.
No, I agree with you completely, but I believe that they should just respect ban Zettel's, right? I understand that it's a scary pick to go up against when someone is so, you know, well versed in the hero, right? He's so used to it. But just singling out one single person is a really bad drafting choice. You have to ban at least 1 or 2 heroes for each role. You have to think of the future. Maybe ban a hero that will work on XP. I don't know, like the Baksha, right? You can ban that. It can work in 3 roles. That's a very flexible pick. You can ban out maybe the Kalia, maybe the Matilda. But even so, we're going to let these players rest, and we're going to go on a short little break.
Alright, welcome back to today's European qualifier, brought to you by Iesf and me as a host, Warren1X, together with Zach, Zakota. Well, we are just glad to be here because, oof, what a showing from the side of France. It was pretty dominant, pretty strong show they did right here, right now. And I will ask you, Zakota, do you think there is a way to kind of slow them down, to kind of slow down their approach? Do you think there's a way of the draft that could be done for the side of Ireland to switch things up and make it playable for themselves?
I think they just need to play out on comfort picks, because I heard they're kind of new players the game, right? They need to play on comfort. They need to play. They don't need to follow the meta, right? The meta is a good thing to guide you to use what's good, right? But that's not always the best case scenario. Sometimes you have to use what your gut tells you. Let's say I want to pick a jungler that's ultimate, like a Roger. It can work, but it doesn't work 90% of the time. But in that specific scenario, let's say it's working. Is it a bad pick or is it a good pick? It's a good pick because it worked. It's a bad pick because it lost. But still, what I'm trying to get across, don't try to force yourself to use heroes that are in the meta, that you don't know how to use, that you don't feel like are good in your own two hands, right? Just play the bases, right? Play a Hilda, play something that's been in the game for a long time, and you can maybe look up, maybe an old pro game to see, hey, how do they use it? How do they rotate it? What do they use on it? Etc. That's the best way to learn.
Well, let's see if Ireland takes it to their heart and tries to come up with a draft that might suit their needs a little bit more. Of course, you can never do it too much because, for example, for the side of Montenegro yesterday, I don't feel like it was such a great idea to go to it to that suitable champions for themselves too deep, because I feel like for their side it was overdone and the strengths of their champions weren't really there enough for it to work. So yeah, there is definitely a thin line that you need to navigate, and you need to balance it out and be on the right side and at the right spot. So we will see how Ireland will approach the second draft phase, draft phase for the second map. And if you would have to put down some predictions, you were letting yourself be heard that the first game will go for France and be under 10 minutes. This, unfortunately for you, didn't end up happening. It was a little bit longer. It went to 11 minutes 58 or 52 seconds. So what are your predictions for this one?
I think it's gonna be, again, a pretty fast game, but I have a feeling in my gut, I have that feeling of deja vu that maybe Ireland is gonna take this. I remember this exact scenario happening and Ireland taking the first, France taking the first win, and Ireland just going and stomping out in France. Hey, maybe it's a good feeling, maybe it's a bad feeling, but that's left out to be seen as we're shortly going to go into that. But even so, to answer your question, let me just put it down a number so it's something we can put a little wager. Maybe I feel it's gonna be, again, under 10 minutes. Same thing.
Right. Let's see if your 10-minute wish will come to fruition. And well, for me, I will go once again with the 12-minute mark. I feel like there is the time to be scaled up and there is time to come back into the game, or maybe close out a game where a little bit struggled, where you fumbled someplace. And well, I was glad to see Phoebus. I think it was a pretty typical draft, except that fumble where you sent Lucas against Phoebus. I think that didn't really work that well. I think you need to put your XP laner on something more formidable and something that has a better matchup into his opponent, because Lucas couldn't really play the game against Phoebus. You can say it was a skill difference for the side of Zeus, where he was playing very well, very precisely. He was, rest of his team was playing very well as well, but he was controlling his hero very precisely as well. But the thing is, if you are put into a good matchup, everyone can look well. And from what I saw, Phoebus against Lucas is one of the decent ones.
I mean, Phoebus is a niche pick against heroes that have against teams me correct myself, that have a lot of that because that charges up his pass a few, points faster, right? But even so, a Lucas on the XP lane should be healed depending on your team. For example, let's say you have an assassin and jungle, right? You need to go for a Thunderbelt. But if you have a jungler that's a bit tank, you need to go for Warx. And I think he went for both of them at the same time, which is a pretty big mistake, right? But still, hey, that's game number 1 for them. Maybe they're just getting ready to face against France, one of the best teams in the competition. So I'm looking for what Team Ireland is gonna do in game number 2. I don't know about you, Warren, but I'm really excited. I think Ireland is gonna take this by storm. They're gonna end under 10 minutes, possibly. Hey, speculation or speculation, but Warren, what are your predictions for the picks?
My predictions for the picks, that's an interesting question to be had. Well, we saw from the side of France that they were banning out Kimi. Now they will probably end up on red side. Well, maybe Ireland will run it back and go for red side once again. You were already talking about it yesterday that you believe that the red side is a little bit stronger than the blue right now with the picks that you have in current meta, that there is a lot of strong picks, so you kind of want that flexibility of having the double pick. Well, I'm thinking that if we put Ireland again on the red side, I think they will double down on that Kalia. I think they will opt in for her once again. I think there will be a control mage for mid lane. I think only problem with Xavier was that he wasn't paired up with Kalia. She was roaming for most of her time. She wasn't really helping Xavier, so Xavier couldn't push. He was always getting pushed in by Matilda, by Valentina, and he couldn't really play the game, rotate with his team. So now, if the Kalia will be picked up, I believe it would be better idea to try to help Xavier, maybe get a little bit help from the jungle. Well, we already see the draft, the first glimpses of the second map draft, and Gato is gone as well with Fanny.
Again, a clone banning phase. The first 2 bans are the Gotcha and the Fanny. I think we're gonna be followed up by maybe the Kimi. I think that's a pretty good place to start. Maybe there it is. And I feel like Team Ireland is gonna do the same and ban the Ling, followed up by the Hayabusa, or maybe followed up by the 1-1.
Your
Oh,
team is banning.
Hayabusa, come on, 3-4-3. I think here they're gonna probably ban out the Kalea.
We didn't see their first ban, so Kalia would make a lot of sense since now you have one more ban for yourself. For the side of France, before it didn't go through, so they couldn't lock that ban in. But could be Kalia. Kalia was pretty dangerous for the side of Ireland. They were playing around her very well. They were trying to use her to her maximum potential. And for what was the first game and how strongly dominated it was by the side of France, I think Kalia did a lot of work, did a lot of heavy lifting for the side of Ireland. So I think Kalia ban would be pretty much correct, but still France could come up with something else.
I agree with you, but I think the Kalea should go. No, the Phobius, Zeus is pick. But man, I mean, will Ireland go for a third assassin ban? Do you think they're not gonna have enough respect for Nefira to ban out her 1-on? I feel like banning out a marksman that's strong is gonna be the correct choice. We've seen the Granger, but the Link getting banned out again. They're just targeting Zedel.
Yeah. And that's what I was talking about. You saw Zedel on that Joy. He wasn't really that much performing. Maybe he had too much fun in that game because he started off very strong, but then he kind of fumbled a bit. He got caught a lot of times. So maybe you are confident right now and you feel like, all right, well, Zedel, we saw you play Joy and you can play a lot more Joy. We don't really mind because we believe that you on the Joy are not as scary as you would be on Link, on Hayabusa, or even on Fanny. Right now, first pick is for the taking for the side of France, and they cannot really run it back since Vivus is already off the board, with them banning him out. So the question to be had is, what will their first pick be? But it's Matilda once again. She was still open. I just wanted to get to that probably it will be Matilda. She's open. They go for it. I don't like Lila. I think Lila is such a fumble. I think Ireland should go for some other carry because if we are running the Volt route back, then I expect France to go for a similar composition and then end up with 1-1 once again. And you don't really want that 1-1 against Lila. Lila is so immobile and 1-1 always gets to her. I think you need Granger, you need Harit, you need something else. But well, there's a story for another game because Ireland locked that Lila.
Your team is
I mean, I agree with you completely, but we're gonna see the Alucard, one of your most, I guess, hated heroes that you don't enjoy playing him as much, but I feel he's a very odd and peculiar pick right there. But even so, I mean, going as I said, the Layla first pick followed by the Alucard, I don't think it's gonna be the candles on the cake, but still, maybe they're cooking. Maybe these are comfort picks, right? Come on, give them benefit of the doubt. I said it, and I have a feeling in my gut, those butterflies in my stomach from that deja vu feeling that Ireland is going to take game number 2 by storm.
I don't know about this one anymore. Like before when only bands were locked in, I was like, all right, maybe Zach, you are onto something. But now with Lila locked in, with Alucard locked in, I am losing all the Ireland hope I had in me. It's all disappearing because this is getting out-drafted by every lock-in from the side of France. They have Matilda lock-in as a first pick. Then you answer with Alucard and Lila. I don't think that's correct. Then you get picked up. Then you get a strong pickup in the form of Paku and Harit. With your response being Kalia. Kalia is alright, but why didn't you go for Kalia sooner? That would make a lot more sense. Your opponents could have picked her up. They randomly decided to leave her open for you. I don't know.
I mean, I like the Paquito pick and the Harvey, but are we gonna see Nefira or Victor on it? I mean, last time we seen Harvey for Team France is gonna be Victor, but even so, as I said, Kalea being left open and being picked again. Maybe it's a stress drive. Maybe they're gonna go for Purifies again. Even still, I mean, come on, maybe it's a hard mid lane. But the one on respect ban going out there, hold on, let them cook. I think it's a bit too late, right? Maybe they don't know that the hard can go also in the goal lane. But still, right? I like the Paquito pick. I like it's something different. And the Matilda Paquito combination with the hard, I mean, infinite dash, right? You can run away, you can chase as much as you want, but still. What do you think is gonna be happen? What do you think Zizel is gonna do? What do you think the ban is going to be from the snake?
Well, the thing is, for the side of Ireland, you need that follow-up. So expecting Kalia to be roam and expecting Alucard to probably jungle. You need follow-up in a form of maybe Hylos. You need to follow up in a form of Gato is unfortunately banned. That would fit really well into your composition. So I think you will be looking at some strong XP laners that can also initiate. Glue is one of those that makes a lot of sense. But for the side of Ireland, I don't understand why they go for 1-1 ban when it is so obvious that Harit is the gold laner. I believe, at least for me, I never saw Harit being played in mid lane. Of course, it's a possibility, but I don't ever saw it. I don't think they would be going for that.
I mean, if you're brave enough, you can still flex the half jungle position. It can go in 3 roles. I mean, as long as you're brave enough, anything can happen. But still, yeah, it is an uncommon pick, but still, it isn't out of the question. But I'm waiting for Skelly to ban out a probable jungle pick. The Joy, okay, I mean, it is a jungler, and I think France is going to ban out the XP laner being Lucas. Lucas, or maybe, what would be a nice ban for Team France? Something, like a Badang. I think a Badang.
Badang would make sense. It would be a clear ban that makes a lot of sense in the context that's being given right now, where you are trying to ban out their XP laners. Badang could be initiating those fights, could be locking Harit out with that wall, with that stun. So it makes a lot of sense for the side of France. Of course, Ireland is picking before you, so you want to look out those options and leave yourself with something counter them with, which of course there should be still a lot of stuff open. Juxin actually, Juxin, so now you are forcing them away from that mid lane priority, which could have been obtained by Juxin. So now that's not available anymore. For the side of Ireland, I don't know how they can glue their composition together.
I mean, I'd look out for a team fight XP laner, like I said, the Badang, something, maybe even a Grok on the roaming position instead of the Kalea, something to swap it out to give it a little bit more breath. Even so, what would be a good mid laner for Team Ireland? What's open on the table? We saw they liked Xavier. What else? Maybe the Farsa. I think the Farsa couldn't possibly show up here.
Well, if you would be locking on Forza, you are kind of risking getting instantly engaged by Harit and Paquito and Matilda. The lock-in with Xavier is basically the same result, and we already see it not working in the first game, and I don't see any reason it working out now. Valentina is still open, they can still go for the same stuff. Of course, you don't have Lucas, so Valentina might not be picked up. There might be something else, but there are still a lot of champions that are able to outpush Xavier, and I believe one of those will be locked in by France, and the same story, the same fairy tale will happen from the first game.
I mean, Lucas is open, Noland is open, Alpha is open for Team France to pick up. What other jungler that's considered broken is open? What do you think?
I think Alpha would be a strong lock-in since you have already immobile carry, and Alpha is pretty good at deleting those immobile carries. It's actually Leomord with Benedetta. Alright, that's cooking.
Vendetta on the mid lane, Zedel on the jungle, Leomord, Scully again. Oh, it's Zedel jungle, I told you. It's Zedel jungle. Wait, what's happening?
Wait, of course it's Zedel jungle. What are you speaking about, Zakota? We know
Nah,
he is jungle.
I was thinking he was gonna go on Harif. This is such an odd team composition. Is it gonna be Matilda, Rome, Nubi on the goal lane, Victor on the mid with Benedetta, and Zedel with Paquito jungle? I mean, what a confusing team composition right there.
I mean, Ireland side locked in that Lucas. I believe now he should be better off. I don't know that many. I didn't see that many matchups of Paquito and Lucas, right? Paquito will probably be going in that XP line, matching him out. So I cannot really imagine if it goes better for him or worse. You can maybe give ourselves some analysis of that.
I mean, I think Paquito is gonna go in. Never mind, it's Zeus jungle Zedel XP. Come on. They are just playing it for fun. We're gonna see Charlie Salvin again in the jungle, Onyx on the goal lane, Remy on the mid lane, Dumbboard on the roam position, and Scully again on the XP. Zeus on the jungle position with the Leomord, Paquito killing spree. I mean, come on. Interesting draft. Victor mid Benedetta again. Something beautiful. You don't see it very often, but it's nice to see.
I mean, Charlie Serbin actually locking in at Alucard for the jungle position. Onyx being forced out of his lane, or I don't know what was he actually doing. I don't know. He's trying to help his jungle to clear. Nefiria is poking him out with Matilda. Victor already level 2, forcing half HP of Remy down, and now Zeus walking slowly towards this vision trap to give himself a little bit more gold. Onyx level 1 getting forced from his lane. I don't know what's happening. I think Onyx is too fearful, and I believe that this under level for him will be pretty significant. Bad news.
I mean, I think it should be. I mean, he's playing right. He's playing for his life. He's just lusting minions. But even so, Nefiria.
Remy Moon needs to play Corral, but I don't think it will be enough. Zeus finishes off with first blood.
I mean, hey, look at this. Zeus is such an interesting guy, right? He plays this tanky XP laner, but I've never seen him on jungle. I did see him play Leomord XP once or twice. With the new recent changes on Phantom Speed.
Kadis has been trying to play it out with Alucard, but he gets petrified. Now he has to run with his life. Zedel. I don't know if he has that mobility spell. Zedel couldn't really follow through and finish him off. Oh, but he packs a punch towards Scully. Scully getting half his health bar knocked off.
Nefiria about to fall down the hand of any move, but look at Onyx. He rotates towards the turtle as well. Phantom Speed coming through.
Right here, but he is right now very much dead. Zeus tries to chase down Dumbboard, who is only level 2, and he gets obliterated. Zeus almost level 6, and I feel like this game is going even worse than the first one.
I mean, it's an understatement, right? I still have that feeling in my mind of deja vu that maybe it's going to happen, but even so, Zedel.
Alright, Remimu goes down, Scully tries to play it out with ultimate ability. Nubi destroys tower on bot lane, but Scully goes down as well. And now Victor with Benedetta slicing away, slicing around, and staying alive. Oh, snipe!
Dawning
Didn't
light.
go through, actually. But now Damord is getting obliterated by Zeus on his fancy red bike, who is chasing down Onyx and driving around the map, surviving. Maybe going even for Remimu, triple kill. He might go
Maniac.
for Quadramaniac. And will he follow through? Shut down, unfortunately. Childish Bean gets the better of him. And Zeus with 7-1-1 finally goes down.
Come on, that's a pretty proper KD to stop start of the game, but we're gonna see Zettel trying to counter in. He just ignored him, trying to go for an even red buff. Alucard jumps
jumping
in.
on Zettel, but Zettel's shield is just too big. Who gets the orange buff? It is actually Charlie Sedbin, but Onyx now forced away as well. Needs to flicker out, and there is diving Victor, who tries to play it with Benedetta. He's still alive, not anymore. Now goes down, and Charlie Sedbin tries to run away. Xavier with a snipe, but this Xavier doesn't really pack a punch. He is only level 4.
Using eye for an eye on Benetta is such a deciding factor in team fighting. I mean, after you use the Electro final blow, it's only natural you go
a
and
good
use
snipe
it.
connecting on Zettel. Zettel almost going down, but Charlie Sedbin wasn't, unfortunately, right there ready for it. Zettel trying to play this 1v1.
1v1.
He goes blow for blow and gets killed for his actions.
Look at this. Oh my god,
Play
Phantom
happening on
Speed.
mid lane once again. Zeus right with a respawn, but he actually survives for so much longer than anticipated. Finally getting slain by Onyx. Onyx getting his second kill. Charlie Sedbin actually 2-0, but Revim 1-4, Damord 0-3, and Scully 0-3. Doesn't look so hot for you.
I mean, Newbie finally picked up his turret on stun, so he's gonna do a bit more damage. Charlie, Salvin, Nefria just getting poked out. I mean, Zeus is just diving and playing for the kills. He's trying to make into the highlights as best as possible. But look at Zettel trying to win the 1v1. Doesn't do. Oh,
Zettel is going for Scully. I don't think Scully has what it takes to survive, or he is trying though. But Victor finally finishes him off, and now they try to look they lock their eyes on Damord. Damord is trying to survive. He tries to push them away, but then he decides that there is no way to run anymore, nowhere to run. And unfortunately it goes down once more.
he just gave up. Alucard trying to recall. Oh my god.
Trying to dive him, but Charlie Sedbin is surviving, but not for long. He goes down by Newbie, and Newbie is chasing them even more, even deeper, going for owning double kill. Tries to go for triple, but Remimu finishes him off, and now Scully trying to retaliate. Snipe going for Zettel, but Zettel's still alive, super tanky. Retreats to Nefiria through Matilda's. Oh, that's Kalia catching Zettel out once more, but Remimu goes dead in the meantime, and Damord as well, with Scully, who is getting chased under his tower. Nefiria finally decides to retreat with Zeus. Zeus only going away with a double kill, but 5,000 gold lead in the 5th minute. Of course, compared to the first game, it's a little bit more even, but on the feeling side, I feel this game is maybe even more dominant.
I mean, I was looking forward to Leomord using the new skin because I haven't seen it in a game already, but even so, Newbie and Zeus just diving in Xenon's force, you know, Phantom Steel, just doing a ton of damage and surviving as much as possible. Even with the Fission Wave, Alucard cannot do anything, right? He gets the mark on them, but still, he doesn't heal up anything. Newbie
forcing
Xenon's
Onyx
force.
into Flicker. Flicker is, Onyx is trying to survive on the tower, but he cannot. Newbie 1v2ing. Charlie Sedbin trying to run away. Kalia with a pickup on Etheria, but there is no one to follow with. Soli finally ulting in, and now trying to go for Nefiria. Maybe she goes down. She does indeed, and he tries to go for more. Maybe that would be too much because there's Zettel ready, and of course Zeus could be hiding any bush nearby.
I mean, the beta still had the eye for an eye ready, so if they did manage to engage in on Team France, you could have just stunned everyone there. Charlie had been just trying to take the minion. Xenon's force going down.
He's getting obliterated by Newbie, and now Charlie Sedbin has to run away as well. But Scully goes down, petrified, killing spree, goes for Zeus. Damord goes down as well. And Remimu is trying to survive under his tower. Can he though? I don't think he can. Zeus double kill.
Complete shutdown towards Team Ireland. I mean, France is winning by a large margin. Zettel is gonna maybe die the turret. No, he isn't. And we're protecting him. Onyx. Ah, we didn't see that malefic gun roar. But even so, look at that. Advantage is crazy. 6,000 gold on the Harvey, 7,600 on Leomord, 5,500 on the Benetta. I mean, hey, that's a lot of damage. We're gonna see maybe engage coming in from Neferia on that mid turret. Even so, just the guiding winds, allowing them to rotate a bit more smoothly. Onyx is walking in front. He thinks he's the front line, but even so,
Mlbb
Nubi
starting to fight out, forcing Remy Moo on half HP and immediately killing him. Onyx has to run now. He doesn't have his Flicker Skull, trying to ult up to save his friends, but this was too late. Remy Moo is unfortunately already 5 feet under.
Hold on. We have to give props to Team Iron, right? They played it better than I thought they were gonna do. Even if I thought they were gonna win, they're still putting up a pretty good show. Hey, Downboard is going for pretty decent plays, but he's still lacking that roamer knowledge, right? As I said, they're kind of new to the game, so we have to give props where props are due. They're playing it well for being kind of, I think 2 months of
Shadow
training.
is already diving in once more, but he gets destroyed. 0-4 Zedel.
I mean, hey, I like this. The team composition was a bit more even. I like the Leomord. I like the Paquita, but maybe the Paquita in the hands of Zedel is not that great. Even so, Neferia is doing an amazing job on the road.
Oh, Victor absolutely destroying Onyx. He has to flicker out. He survives for a bit, but Scully is not so fortunate. Downboard needs to run away. Lord on the map, able to be picked up, but looks like friends don't want to go for him just yet.
I like the final blow coming in class, just zoning out the enemies. Zeus doesn't go for the Phantom Sin. Newbie trying to bait out enemies. Charlie Sharpin uses his skill 1 just to try to get a bit closer. I mean, move.
Oh, Newbie is playing it out. 1v3, but gets picked up by Kalia. He goes down.
In first item picked up, I think second item actually of Xavier is gonna be the glowing wand, endless battle going towards Alucard, just giving a bit more healing towards of team fights. That bucket, right? He's camping that mid Lord boost, so he's just waiting for someone to cross his path. Benetta is gonna try to take that top position. Even so, look at Zeus, right? He wants to go, and you can see it in his eyes.
I can definitely see it in his eyes, but also I can see in the eyes of Iron the roster. Oh, Zeus cooking something. Not really knowing what was the plan. Oh, there's a pause.
Game paused. I mean, look at that, right? Zedel has been playing it extremely passively. Meanwhile, Zeus, every chance he got, team fight, team fight, team fight, team fight, team fight, team fight. But, I mean, come on. Props are due. Victor as well, playing at Benetta mid lane extremely passively. And Nubi just going for kills, right? They're playing for kills, they're playing for the KDA. It's a complete slaughter. I mean, France is just putting out a massacre. Warren, what do you have to say? Do you have any wise words?
I mean, you gotta enjoy it while it lasts, meaning for Zeus now being put in the jungle position, in the jungle chair. I mean, for him to be playing this aggressively is to be expected, because when you are usually an XP laner, you don't see that much of an action for the most of the game, since you are clearing out the sides, since you are trying to secure the sideline pressure, you are trying to fix waves, and then you rotate into your team. So, of course, it's to be expected that if Zeus gets put there, and even on Leomord, there's gonna be a lot of action coming his way.
I mean, Leomord's Phantom Steed got recently buffed, allowing him to move a bit much more faster with it, and allowing the steed himself to come faster to Leomord. So you just Barbiel is just gonna run faster towards you. So you're gonna have a bit more time to get ready for a team fight. You're not gonna waste as much time. But even so, we're gonna go back to our caster desk to show our beautiful season. Meanwhile, they fix their issues. Warren, what do you think of this game? What do you think was the biggest deciding factor again for Team France's domination?
I mean, it feels like they are just a little bit more prepared. It looks like they are truly skilled. They are truly the veterans of the game. It feels like there is an very noticeable difference in experience levels for both sides, where France looks like the very much veterans who know exactly what is their game plan, how they want to approach it. They are very sharp with their ideas. They have very crystal clear image of how they want to approach the game. Whereas on the further side of Ireland, it looks a little bit more sloppy. It looks a little bit more chaotic. It looks a little bit less refined.
I agree with you completely, but on the note of that, I have some information for the people asking in the chat. what happens if 3 teams tie their points together? What happens? How do we fix this, right? And to answer that question, if 3 teams have the exact same matching points, is going to go in a 3-way best of 1. If let's say Team France versus Team Turkey versus Romania, right? Each of these 3 countries have equal points. All of them are going to play against each other one time in the best of 1. All are going to get a rank from that. Let's say Romania and Turkey win both Team France, then it's going to be, again, decided in a best of 1 if I'm not mistaken. So, I mean, that's what we have to say. We're going to be a bit more in depth to that later on, but just to give you guys an idea of what's going to happen. Warren, do you have anything to add? I think there's something about a best of 2 as well.
Best of 2? I don't think so. I think you said it. I think you.
I mean, if two teams are having the issue, I believe there's something about it as well.
Yeah, of course. Now I get your drift. Didn't. I gotcha. Well, if 2 teams head-to-head is resolving, the tiebreaker is to be set. So head-to-head will be deciding that.
I mean, I agree with you completely. I mean, it's the logical thing, right? I mean, maybe some people were thinking, hey, maybe all 3 teams are going to advance, maybe they're going to go to a different bracket. No, it's going to be played out in a best of 1 series for either, if you're on 2 games, let's say if 2 teams are equal, if 3 teams are equal, it's going to be best of 1s, right? But even so, we're going to go back into the game right now. It's taking a little longer than I thought. Warren, what do you think? It's a bit awkward, no?
Yeah, a little bit, but I mean, well, they can see our pretty faces, how well we are smiling and how hyped we are as the game resumes. Well, France against Ireland, 27-11. France already winning that first map, and Zettel already playing it out once more, going for Scully immediately after that pause. Zeus unfortunately had to walk from base. And now he's back on the map. He might be going for that Lord finally. Alucard trying to scale up, going for that silent push. But now, in the meantime, his team gets destroyed. Scully goes down. Mega kill for Victor. Childish said, been trying to play it out 1v3, but he misses with his ultimate. Tries to retreat, and he is successful in that, indeed.
I mean, we've seen Onyx just get the Berserker's Fury to do a bit more critical damage. But even so, Mlbb almost managed to get 2 pickups during that fight. And even if Zettel died, he died for noble cause, just opening the map up for a bit. But Zeus is ready, getting Barbie already. Maybe he's getting his bike, his Ducati ready. Yes, 8. 1 more push could mean everything for the entire game. Maybe Team Ireland is gonna lose. Maybe Team France is gonna. I mean, who knows? Maybe it's gonna be even. Maybe they're gonna go into a later game. Maybe they're gonna be going for a 30-minute series. If play like I said, I think it's gonna be a bit over for Team France.
I mean, of course, if we would be going into hyper late game, then Xavier would be pretty scary. But right now, who is scary is definitely Mlbb, who is jumping around, bursting Remimu. Now Kalia with a disengage, go in, but Mlbb goes down. Fortunately for Kalia, Nefira trying to play it out. She needs to escape right now. Childish had been trying to fall through, but she just barely dashes away. Now Onyx is the target. Zeus is right here, respawn, but he goes down immediately as he's shut down by Childish Sadbin. Unfortunately for the side of Ireland, I believe this could be the end of their base, because Remimu is right now respawning, but I don't know if they can defend with Damort. They will be getting pushed in, base will be attacked. Right now there is 1 minion, Remimu going down. Oh, he goes down, godlike Benedetta, but base stays alive at least for a little bit longer.
For getting used up by Benedetta, just completely stunning that Xavier. I mean, as soon as you jump on her right there, she's gonna stun everyone around, I think, in a 3 square radius, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's the measurement in Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Even so, I think they're just trying to play it out for the KD. They're trying to make a play, something else.
Oh, Zettel, another play. I don't know if this is correct. 1v4. He shouldn't have done that, even burning a flicker down.
I mean, hey, he has the spirit.
Scully now might be in trouble. Mlbb is trying to play that 1v5, but he goes down. Scully picks this up, and now Zeus in quite of a pickle. 2 members down. Can he defend the Lord? Remy super bursted. Victor is chasing him down. Benedetta super fat. Onyx goes down as well. And now Dumbor, Scully and Charlie's been trying to defend, but Dumbor is no more. Scully tries to defend, but double kill goes for Zeus.
I mean, Childish Sadbin just got his BOD up and running. I mean, he's gonna be doing a little bit more damage. I like the final blow coming through.
Charlie Sadbin trying to burst him down, but unfortunately, and fortunately for Charlie Sadbin, he misses barely.
I mean, hey, give props where props are due. Charlie Sadbin has been playing pretty well, right? I mean, he's been getting his items, he's been farming normally, he's been going in, going out when it was needed. Victor though.
Zettel with one engage. That is unfortunately bad once more. Now Nefiria trying to play it out with Zeus, engaging in. Remy Moo already bursted down. Scully is the next target, probably Zeus playing it out on his bike. Spawned, now going for Childish Bean. Childish Bean, can he survive? He's trying to dance around, but Newbie finishes him off. This is super fat. Hooray. Going for Damor. Damor able to survive. Now 3 members trying to defend their base from onboard coming attackers. Newbie pretty low. Xavier unfortunately misses his snap.
I mean, look at the KD of Zeus. 18, 4, 6, 10, 1, 12 for Victor. 2, 1, 27 for Nefiria, 9, 4, 12.
Zeus trying to play it out with new ultimate available. Kalia forces him though. Mega kill going for Zeus. This shield is super big. Immobilized for a bait. Snipe going through. But Xavier doesn't really have any damage at all.
I mean, the Rose Gold Meteor coming through in clutch. Zettel is there. Maybe he's gonna get the pick off. Maybe he's gonna try to end the game. And look at this. This is brutal. 41 to 17. The gold gap is only 9,000, but still.
Oh, Benedetta going again once more inside of enemy composition. There goes down now Newbie though. This was very unfortunate. Nefiria also goes down, but Victor able to clean up. Can he clutch this out? 1v2. He still has his shield. He cannot. Shut down. Charlie Sadbin picks this up. And in the meantime, Leomord unfortunately cannot follow through with Lord Picker.
He's doing some nice tricks on the back, but I think the Paqueto's gonna back out to go defend at both side turret. But look, the Leomord is camping. It's waiting. Dun-dun, 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 dun-dun. Childish Sadbin is there.
I think he already started Lord. Now Childish Sadbin notices it, but I do believe he is all completely alone. So this will be a retribution battle. Who can retribute better? Childish Sadbin taking this 1v1 and finishing Zeus off. But Lord still goes in the favor of friends.
Zettel. 3v1 scenario, flickers out of there.
Caught, needs to flicker out, but Nefiria now with renewed strength together with Newbie, they try to chase enemies down. 2v5, can they play it? I think they can. Onyx goes down and together with Sadbin. Skule is trying to retreat, but I think Newbie is out for blood.
Zeus making... Damn, Zeus lost that one pretty heavily, but even so, Victor is making it from the bottom. I think he's gonna take those minions and try to push it up as well. Newbie, Xenon's first going down. Remy
going for Remy. Remy half HP. Skule health HP as well down. They need to retreat and try to defend their base. Base half HP. Can they do it? I don't think they can. Zettel goes down, but base is super low and it explodes.
Boom, boom, boom. What an explosive match coming from Team France. I mean, hey, still not the last match of today's series. I think we have Azerbaijan versus Israel up next. Even so, let's give props to France. Bravo, bravo. They took his life through Titan roots. Zero hesitation, zero towers push. Let's watch some of the highlights.
In the highlights, we can see how strongly dominated it was by France, even after they evolved their roles around a bit. It looks like Zeus had some proper experience in the jungle. Also, Newbie was pretty decent on the read. Nefiria performing very well on Matilda. And Victor, I mean, he was super clean on that Benedetta. Only one slacking a little bit was Saddle, where he didn't perform as well. And also, if you count up that first game, where he didn't have the best game as well, then you have 2 games back to back where it wasn't the best for you. Of course, Zettel being swapped out for the Spieling, so having it a little bit rough. But yeah, he was too hungry, got caught a lot of times, and this was one of the reasons why Charlie Sadbin was able to scale up, pick up those shutdowns, and try to come back into the game and even winning that 1v1, crazy 1v1, which we will see in a minute against Zeus on Lord.
And hey, that was a pretty proper fight, literally in the Lord's feet. The Lord, I don't know who the Lord helped more. Did they help the Leomord or the Alucard? Hey, no. Still, the vampiric aura coming from Alucard, that's I think was changed the fight. He just healed too much. I don't think Zeus had a Sea Halberd to help him, you know, give some anti-heal to himself, right? But even so, he played extremely well.
I believe he did have it, but to late game Alucard, who has full build, I think even Sea Halberd is falling off.
Hey, they had that as well. They have the Matilda with that support items Oasis. Even so, right, the Rose Gold Meteor combination with Flask of Oasis just made him basically have another HP bar in that team fight. I know you noticed, I also noticed it, but even Mlbb just getting so much shield up, right? I mean, Madra was hitting the base, not much they could have done about that. Kalea tried to do something, but still not enough. Let's take a look at the items.
Let's check actually, and yeah, you can see the clear Sea Halberd right in Leomord's pocket. And even though he had it, it wasn't enough against Alucard's healing. So the late game Alucard coming in clutch, but unfortunately not clutch enough to save the game from the grasps of defeat. 134,000 damage. That's absolutely crazy amount of DPS.
I mean, yes. I mean, look at Leomord. He only did 81,000. Benetta just 7,000 gold behind, damage behind, not gold, behind Zeus at 76,000 damage. I mean, that's still no little amount, but Alucard, I was expecting him to do a little bit more damage, but Layla takes the #1 spot, 15 Ireland, with 56,132 damage and a 497 KDA. Alucard 767, and Kalea 1910, Xavier with a 51110. And again, Scully with the 5-10-11 basically flipped the way around the deaths and assists. But even so, let's take a look at Francis' kills, deaths and assists. Too late. But even so, let's take a look at the graph of damage hour to the honor splits.
I mean, if we look at gold top 10, that was pretty even. It was even going in favor of IRL. Damage taken was pretty comparable, but damage to towers is definitely going for the side of France. If we look at Turtle Lord and turrets, some turrets were taken by the side of Ireland, but unfortunately not enough. And gold top 10 from minions and creeps goes in the favor of France once more. If we look at some medals that were awarded, Zeus, the richest man on the map, carries Zeus with 19 eliminations. There's no discussion to be had. Tank Mlbb, 134,000 damage, and Wingman Nefiria with those 32 assists, which I believe, how many kills were there for the side of France?
I believe 48 kills, if I'm not mistaken.
So 32,
I think
almost 2/3 from that. It's pretty spicy.
I mean, hey, that was too many said, but I think those were gotten just from Benedetta and the Harith. Even so, like, what do you think of the upcoming match, Wales vs Azerbaijan? We saw how Azerbaijan, but we didn't see Wales yet.
Well, Wales is a box which I cannot see inside, so only future can tell. And I'm hoping they will put up a strong show. I'm hoping that they will see they will become a new strong contestant right in front of our eyes today, right as we have our last clash of today. Hello and welcome back to European Qualifiers, brought to you by Iesf and me as a host, Warren1x, together with my co-host Zakota. Hello and welcome back to today's Qualifiers. We will be having another duel, last one of today, which will be between Wales and Azerbaijan. We already saw Azerbaijan play very decently against Italy. Unfortunately, they came a little bit shorter of the victory. They weren't able to pull through. They tripled down on their Kimi pick, so that's something to definitely look out for, and maybe something that Wales might be considering ban-worthy.
I mean, I agree with you completely, but let's not forget about Wales. We don't know a lot about this country, so I assume Team Azerbaijan also doesn't know as much. But, right, we know Azerbaijan is a pretty strong team, right? They have some of their solid pick, they have the Kimi, but Wales, we have nothing to know about this dragonish country. Maybe we're going to see a Jean, maybe we're going to see something, draconic, maybe we're going to see the Moscow as well.
I mean, anything can go. But before we see those rosters, I will turn your question against you and I will ask you, who do you think is a Wales-based champion? Who would you pick?
The Moscow. Definitely the Moscow. It reminds me of his draconic skin, right? It has basically similar wings to the flag of Wales. And let's say, I'll say it for Azerbaijan as well. I know I asked this country for Azerbaijan. It reminds me of Mlbb a lot for some reason. I don't know why. It has a calming sense, it calms me when I look at the flag, right? The blue, green, the red, just give me a calm vibe coming from it. And Louis, I think, would be a chill person in real life.
I mean, yeah, she probably would. But the question is, will Sheriff, Apollon, Mikoto, and Young and Aris be chill dudes right now on the map, as we will be coming into the first clash of those two countries? Do you think so? Or do you think they will take their opponents by the storm?
I think Team Azerbaijan is going to make this a complete sweep. They're going to swoop them up with the broom, just to push them out as fast as possible. But we saw how Sheriff, Apollo, and I think my favorite player, probably Aris, they played extremely well, right? I mean, I have no... they followed my draft as I was thinking it. God, they're missing the Fredder and they're missing out the Moscow. And they did it and they won that game, Maybe if you listen to the casters, predict the future, predict what the caster is going to say. I mean, they have to go a bit into the future, we have to go in the past, but let's take a look at the team of Wales. Everybody poops, Hitchim, 4M, Queenie, and Satania. That's a bit of a draconic name as well. But even so, do you remember any of them? Maybe you've seen them. But wait, fun fact. Again, another female player, Mlbb. Already 3 female players today.
You're absolutely correct. This is the 4th female player today.
Oh, maybe 2 of them. Louise? Sammy? Lois? Come on. That could be a female,
Lois,
right?
true. Yeah, Lois is definitely sounds like a
Alex
name.
as well.
Could be. You mean it's triple female?
Triple down, I don't think Paul or James could be a female. LeBron James looks female enough, so maybe. Come on, we're joking around, but I think probably 2 female at least on the team roster of Wales. Hey,
pretty
that's
interesting. Maybe some of those faces you will be seeing at those women qualifiers that you will be having in the future.
I can't wait to see what's going to happen in the women's qualifier. I believe even my own host, my country, Romania, is going to have a team there. I'm excited to see what they're going to pull out with. I believe I did stream a few of their games myself, some of their scrims as well, so I know they're kind of capable. But again, not really, because they take, it's a casual game for them, right? And the men usually take a bit more of a liking. They get a bit more aggressive. They get a bit more attached to their teams and their game,
Let's see what those teams will be able to bring to the table. We already saw what Azerbaijan can bring to the table. Let's see if they can bring it once more. And let's see what Wales have cooked up for themselves. Let me actually check what is Wales' national food. Do they have something like that?
I don't know, but What would I think it would be something to do with fish, right? It's basically a peninsula, right? Not really. It's an island.
At least if Google is correct, it should be called Kol, and it should be their national food. It should be soup or goulash made from either pork or sheep meat or actually cow meat. So pretty interesting. Pretty interesting.
So something similar to a stew, basically, right? You're trying to say?
I guess so.
That does sound pretty good. I mean, I could go for a cow stew right now. Honestly, after this is gonna make me hungry. But what is the national food of Azerbaijan? Yeah, I mean, with the same topic of food.
Yeah, let me check. What do we got here? Well, according to Google, it should be plo or pilaf. And it should be rice-based, prepared with meat, vegetables and spices. And honestly, I found it on Google and it looks pretty nice.
I mean, I did have some pilaf earlier today, but I don't think it's the same seasoning and maybe the same meat used. So I think in Azerbaijan they eat a lot of lamb, if I'm not mistaken. It's a bit of more of a mountainous area. They have a bit more of sheep herders and a lot more lamb compared to like Europe. Like me and you probably eat a bit more pork than other regions of the world, but even so, what do you think is going to be the first ban coming in from Team Wales? Let's switch it up a bit.
Well, coming up from Team Wales, I cannot really say. I cannot really tell you that. But what I can say is that if, and that's an if Azerbaijan will be on the blue side, I think they are locking in that Kimi. That's what I can bet my money on.
You think we're gonna see another Kimi after what happened?
I think we will definitely see Kimi. Like, they tripled down. They won first game with Kimi. They unfortunately lost second and unfortunately lost third. But I think they will quadruple down on Kimi, even penta down on Kimi. Like, they played her, and I feel like they were very adamant in their favor of Kimi.
You know, I'm gonna double down with you as well. I think we're gonna see Gazochkacha as well. We're gonna see him paired up with Kimi because we always saw it in those last series. Gazochkacha Kimi combination, either on the ban or on the pick side with the Gazochkacha. I'm feeling him, 50-50 stance.
Would make a lot of sense with Kimi. You need that CC up. Maybe Fredrin could work very well with Kimi. Of course, Fredrin not so popular. He's typically picked as a countermeasure towards Joy, towards those mobile champions. But we did see Fredrin. We see him played to actually a lot of success. I think the team wasn't able to transform it into a victory in the end, but it was pretty decent pick. Pretty strong. So I think Fredrin could be paired up very well. Definitely there is an idea to be made about Kalia, who can set you up for those Kimi's damage. She can pull anyone away from Kimi, so she's always safe. She can keep her distance.
I mean, I agree with you completely, but let's get back on the topic of how many female players are in Team Wales, and it has been confirmed that there are two. Everybody Poops and Kid Snitch are both female, so, we've seen today 4 girls in the men's, I believe, Iesf. I mean, it's mostly men, because there is a different league for the female competition, but still, this is amazing that I think they compete, and they actually are competing against the males. You've seen how strong Nefaria is on Team France. I mean, you live and you learn. You aren't underestimate this type of people and you're gonna end up regretting it.
Absolutely indeed. Nefaria was very strong. She has shown a very strong performance, and I have high hopes for those two females on the side of Wales, and I am very much excited what they will show us, because right now there is a little bit of spotlight that we kind of pointed out towards them, so I'm hoping they will not crumble under that spotlight and they will show us their best performance. I hope that we will be going into full BO3. I hope we will be delivered full BO3 series, like as we were expecting from the first game that unfortunately didn't happen, where where unfortunately Turkey had to pull out, had to forfeit, and then we actually, fortunately for us, got Israel against Lithuania, which was a banger of a series, and it was so unfortunate we didn't see the first game. We only had a glance of it through the stats.
I mean, it was still an intense second game for Israel. They managed to pull out a victory against Team Lithuania, but so did Lithuania in the end as well. In the best of 3 series, we know that they came on top. In the second series, France came on top. I believe... can you remind me of the country? I seem to forget it.
France was put up against
Ireland.
Yeah.
Yep. I was like, who did Irish? Ireland? What's the country name again? But even so, we're gonna see Wales versus Azerbaijan up next. What are your predictions for the draft, Warren?
Well, I'm double down on that Kimi. I think Kimi will be there. I think we can expect like there are 2 options always from what we saw with the teams. It's always they either go for that comfort pick, so they try to usually ban out target bans and not go for the competitive meta, and then they try to approach it in this way, or they go for the high competitive bans, and in this way I think we can expect Kalia bans, Fivus bans, Matilda bans. We can definitely expect Kimi bans. We can definitely expect something along those bans that we already saw, mostly from the side of France and also from the side of Lithuania against Israel, because I feel like that was some of the highest competitive drafts that we had through the whole European qualifiers during the duel between Lithuania and Israel.
But living on that mark, we're gonna head into a short little break, letting our players get ready, hype themselves up, maybe they have a bit of stage fright, and we're gonna be right back.
Alright, welcome back to the broadcast brought to you by Iesf and me, host Varn1x, together here with Zakota. We are back on air together here with you to bring you one last clash of today, which unfortunately will not be the match you were promised before. Unfortunately, it will not be Azerbaijan against Wales, because Wales, due to technical difficulties, were forced to forfeit. So we have new contenders. We have Ireland that we saw already on stream against Austria, and well, let's see those rosters. Let's see those rosters once again. We of course saw Ireland once already today, but let's have a recap over the Austrian roster. You were speaking about it to me behind the curtains, and you were saying that the Austrian roster is pretty stacked. So let's have a recap. Falkenstern, Stefan Flyhell, So Delicious, Isamo, and I'll Reach For You, which sounds a lot like a Romer name. Maybe for a Greg player, sounds like a lot like that to me. But what do you have to say for those players, Zach?
Falkenstern, I believe, is going to be the mid laner. Stefan is going to be the gold. Soda is going to be the XP laner, and I think you're right. Isamo, I think, is the jungler, and I'll Reach For You is going to be the roamer, but I'm not sure. Maybe it's going to be the complete opposite way, but I believe that's about it. We can get a bit more into it about the Austrian roster. Let's switch it over to Ireland to reintroduce them again.
Well, and on Ireland side,
you go ahead.
On Ireland side, we have Remy Moo, aka Ram, Childish Sadbean, Skilly, Damort, Jacob, aka Kensa. We of course have this roster with Jade, and of course with Jamie, I believe, right? Who are those two female players that are joining this roster? And well, what can be said is definitely Damord was a beautiful Kalia trying to hold his roster together against super strong opponents in the form of France, and I'm hoping that they will be able to hold against this strong force that came their way in the form of Austrian roster.
Man, this is going to be a bit of a long wait. I mean, it's just the players getting ready, right? We're just getting everything ready. But what do you have to say about Team Austria? What do you think of the names? Did you find them? Could you find any names eye-catching?
Well, of course, that Romer name, I already pinpointed it out. I believe he has to be a Greg player, because I don't understand otherwise why would he be going for such a name. But maybe it's something else. Maybe it's actually Khalid OTP. You never know. But well, since we already established kind of a similar kind of a pattern here, let's talk about what would be an Austrian hero.
An Austrian hero, it would have to be something with a German touch. Maybe Ruby. You know, it has the German backstory to it, so maybe it will fit a bit in Austria as well. So I feel Ruby would be a good Austrian hero. What about Ireland again? Let's get another hero.
I mean, Ireland, I was already saying Roger, I believe. But if I would have to go with someone else, right now going through all the heroes, trying to think of someone, I feel like Natalia would fit very well, since she already has a cowl, and you know, it's kind of rainy in Ireland, you know, a lot of rain similar to Britain. So yeah, I think that cape would be very much useful going through those rainy days. So Natalia would stay not wet, would stay safe from the rain.
I thought you would say Bellery, because he's gonna flourish in that, you know, rain. He's gonna be growing a bit bigger, you know, as being a tree person himself. Maybe he's gonna thrive a bit more. Even so, this is going to be an amazing matchup. Who do you have winning? Who do you have your money on?
Well, I didn't see Austria play out yet, so I will hold my bets until I see a little bit of draft. But you sound like you already have your bets placed, so who are you rooting for in your head?
Austria's gonna take the cake on this one. We're gonna see the S getting picked out. Melissa, and against Stefan with the Granger, and we're gonna see the Buckshot getting picked out.
Baxia for the side of Austria, together paired up with Granger. That's a highly competitive meta being picked up. For the side of Ireland, there is Melissa and the Elven King himself. I don't know how I feel about that draft. The bans were highly competitive in a way of Fanny, in a way of Zuxin, in a way of
Hanzo.
Chip, but I don't know how I felt about the draft. You have Estel, you have Hanzo, you have Melissa. The most competitive pick I see here is probably Hanzo, which is funny for me to say because, like, not so far time ago, Hanzo was completely horrible before the reward.
I mean, I wouldn't say completely horrible. He did have his shining moments, but a hero that you don't usually see is the Melissa. She is a pretty decent hero in a tournament scenario, but still not compared to the Granger. Granger is basically made for competitive play and such. You're gonna see the usual getting picked out, I think, for the second time today. We've seen it once in Lithuania versus Israel, and now we're seeing with Ireland versus Austria.
And it's actually for the fourth time in the whole European qualifier. I hope I'm
Fifth
correct.
time.
Fifth
time, I
time,
believe.
actually. All right. So there was one Yuzong before I joined in. So fifth time Yuzong. I didn't really expect that the number would be so high, but Montenegro did their best to keep it the highest they could with back-to-back two Yuzong games.
We're gonna see the Carita getting banned out. Maybe was played in game number 1, but we're gonna see the Valor getting picked out. Banned out. The Lucas follows through. Pretty competitive bans coming from both sides. A bit of a niche pick, something interesting. Oh, Xavier of Remy. Okay, that's a bit disrespectful, isn't it?
Xavier, together with Vale, yeah, already the Vale ban is kinda peculiar. I don't know how I feel about that. Feels like you are a little bit trying to play with your enemies. I don't feel like Whale is that strong of a pickup, but you sound, or at least you look like you disagree with me.
From cinder to flame, I've
Oh, the Selena. Although
Selena.
Selena getting picked out is such an interesting. Aurora getting picked out by Kensa. Onyx, are we gonna see him on his signature pick on the Layla? Or is he gonna change his role to Experience Link? Because that's what they're missing.
Onyx will probably be holding that Melissa that is already locked in for him. So that's where we will see her probably. But now you are kind of missing that XP lane. Phoebus is still open. Phoebus could be pretty decent against Yuzong, diving into that backline together with Hanzo. But it's actually Bedank lock-in. So a little bit of a disengage against that engaging Selena, against that Baksha. I don't know how I feel about the draft though. I feel like Estel is not really fit in here. Everyone else I can kind of agree on. I can see the vision. Lancelot being picked up for the side of Austria. So super aggressive dive in composition where you just jump in, eliminate your targets. And I feel like for the side of Ireland, there is so many targets to be eliminated. Estel will be one-shot, Hanzo as well, Melissa and Aurora, and only one who will probably be able to survive that onslaught, at least for a bit, will be Bedang.
I'm expecting Volkestein to go for an early game invade on Hanzo's blue buff because I'm assuming Child is gonna start on his red side of jungle because that's usually where most players start with it. But if Volkestein is gonna be smart and he's gonna go with Kuroka and invade that blue buff early, I think they're gonna get a first early blood. They can get a bit of help maybe from someone, maybe some from Sam, but still that's left out to be seen as we're heading out to game number 2, if I'm not mistaken.
I think this should be first one. This should be the first map. And of course is the third series of today. And we will be joining that pretty soon. We already can hear the voices of our heroes getting ready and eager to fight on the map. If you're looking at the drafts, you already kind of showed your favor towards the Austrian composition. But how you view it? Who you think has the stronger draft coming into this game?
I think Team Austria has a stronger draft because Ireland lacks an initiator, right? They have the Badang something to do during the fight, but they don't have him like maybe picking out of someone. Estes is a support type hero, as we know. He's mainly used with tanky-ish heroes, usually with the Hylos jungle, with the Fredrin jungle, with the Baras jungle, something he can sustain and sustain and sustain and give more and more HP. But even so, I mean, this looks like a pretty even draw from both sides. The bans are a bit odd, yes, I'll give that, but even so, it's pretty even as of now.
We will be already going into the game. Soda already pretty low. Onyx actually not playing the gold lane, but XP lane, but gets first blooded. Soda absolutely destroys him, even without using Petrify. Now he will use it to retaliate from Remimu. I don't think Remimu can continue, because he doesn't have the damage. Soda tries to finish him off, but he gets baited, and Remimu picks up that kill. It looks like Ireland side switched up their heroes. Childish Bean is still the jungle, but oh, he's getting forced from his orange buff. He cannot really play it out. This is the invade you've been talking about. Kuroka is here with some Skywalker, and they are already pressuring the side of Ireland.
We were seeing Volkershire out poking Kensa on the mid lane, but even so, Sam Skywalker is doing a pretty good job of just reducing the farm.
Oh, he's playing it out. 1v2, but he is level 5. Level 2 goes down. Remimu is gone, and now Chowdy Serbin tries to defend his jungle. Double kill for Sam Skywalker. This gorgeous Lancelot skin we see once more.
Even so, Stefan Cutie is winning the bot lane pretty heavily. Kuroka is looking for a dam on dam board, but even so, look at Soda. He's just gonna try to cut that wave. Oh, he's going for an invade, is he? He has that black dragon form ready.
Damaged.
Dun-dun, 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 dun-dun. Stand
Volkenstein connects, goes in for Remimu. Remimu instantly deleted, and now the next target is probably going to be Onyx. Onyx cannot really move. He's trying to wall them up, survives for a little bit longer, but then dies. Anyways, Charlie Serbin has to run with his life, and Lancelot in the meantime already taking the first turtle. Stun connecting on Charlie Serbin, and unfortunately he will be even more sad with his second death.
And Stefan also gets a kill on Dumbor on the bot lane. A lot of team fights coming through, but who died to the Estes? Soda died to the Estes? Come on.
I think so. It happened in the beginning.
Sure.
He tried to retreat from the tower, but the tower actually caught him. But it's interesting to see Selena actually working in the mid lane, because we already saw her, I believe, 2 times, and it didn't really work that well. Selena with rotation into both sides. Stefan now has to retreat, but not really. Jokes on you. Downboard goes down, and now Childish being caught between rock and a hard place. Goes down as well. Double kill. Falkenstern has to run now, though, because Remimu tried to finish him off, but this just results in Stefan getting a triple.
I mean, Stefan is pretty familiar. Sota with the Shah and Residue getting a lot of feeling through. Kensha is 1 HP. She loses her frigid glacier armor. Stefan
Connects through and becomes unstoppable. This game is pretty dominant. I believe something pretty similar happened to the Ireland when they faced France, and it's just rough that they came from rain into thunderstorm.
Come on, look at those abyssal. Oh my god, the damage coming from Luke Skywalker. Sam Skywalker actually
got caught, but monster kill. Stephen cleaning up. Soda, double kill for Stephen. Stephen still alive. Now going for Oni, killing spree for Volkenstein, and clear wipeout at 4th minute mark.
Is this going to be the fastest game of tonight? What do you think, Warren?
I am worried it might be. I don't think for the side of Ireland it really worked out them switching around their roles. I think they should have left it how it was before, because Dunmore was pretty decent roamer. I don't know what happened there. Why did they decide to switch it up? Onyx was doing pretty decently himself on the AD carry position, but now Dunmore on that Melissa, he doesn't really look that well as he did on Kalia.
Oh my god, the damage already on Stefan Cutie, 19,000. Soda only 2,000 gold behind. Will they be able to get the play on the mid lane? Yuzhong is looking for a furious dive, doesn't manage to find it though. He has the... who bought the dominant size? Was it the Roamer? I think it was the Baksha. Stun coming from Abyssal Arrow.
Another arrow going for Onyx, but it's just for poke. But Kuroka actually diving in. There's the Blood Dragon coming with everyone else behind him. Oh, Kuroka actually goes down. Tower is too strong. Legendary Stephen, though, he will clean up. Probably triple kill. The Maniac, and now Savage.
This is looking like an under 7-minute game. Hold on, I think Team Austria is cooking. He's looking like a very strong contender of tonight. Oh man, the lead is brutal.
I mean, look at Stefan. He has 7,500 gold. 7,500 gold. Compared to his opponent who is at 2,400. This is
Abyssal Arrow
absolute
lands again.
bloodbath. Abyssal Arrow connected on Remimu. He goes down. Legendary Stefan gets caught, but doesn't matter because he's so far ahead that this doesn't even.
And the amount of damage these people are able to get out. Oh my god, legendary Stefan QT. Regilator comes through, but even so, not enough to stop him down. This is pure on mayhem. Look, the minions are already there. Remimu is alone. Will she be able to defend down board?
Though Stefan is trying, definitely trying very hard for this to be an end. Shutdown on Volker's turn, but I think they can finish. This was the quickest game of European qualifiers brought to you by Iesf. I believe so.
6 minutes and 37 seconds in. Oh my god, what pure mayhem and what dedication coming from both teams. Even though Austria was showing the prowess, they just were too strong for Ireland. I mean, hey, you win some, you lose some, but let's see some of the highlights.
This is where Soda died, just coming back to your...
The only kill of the game.
Are you sure? Was it the only one though?
I believe it was.
I believe Volkenstern died at the end, so it should have been second one, so 2 kills. I believe 2 kills were for the side of Ireland. And this was so dominant. I mean, at least against France, it felt like there was a way to fight back, but against Austria, there was nothing to be done for the side of Ireland. This felt like a complete outground.
I mean, today we've seen basically 3 savages, if I'm not mistaken. And hey, records being broken, 3 savages. Come on. Props are due. No, you're right, someone did. No, 3 people died for the side of Austria before they ended. 3 people. Soda, and I think the Baxia died. Yes, Baxia and Volkerstern. So you're right, you're correct. But look at the total damage of Stefan. 46,000 damage compared to his counterpart, only at 9,000. He had 4 items fully built, while Mesa only had 1. Not enough damage to slow down the pace of Austria.
What is so important is that Stefan did all this damage in 6-minute game. If you try to add those numbers up and you try to imagine yourself being in a 12-minute game, he would have done 100,000 damage. If it would be 15-minute game or 18-minute game, he would have done 150,000 damage. That's absolutely ludicrous. And Granger in hands of Stefan looks like absolutely destructive force.
And I agree with you completely. So many zeros on the screen. 0 damage to tower, 0 turrets taken, 0 turrets taken, 0 lords taken compared to 207 of Team Austria. The gold obtained per minute is basically the same, even though Austria was in the lead. Ireland was not that far behind. But look at the damage taken. Oh my god. That's a lot, right? I mean, the damages, the kills, 16 eliminations in 6 minutes. I mean, come on. You gotta give props where props are due. Anything to add, Warren?
The damage taken is definitely for the side of Austria. Yeah, they were so dominant. And if this is a prediction for what will happen in this, I don't even know how Ireland wants to approach the second game. I don't even know what they can do.
I don't know. I mean, come on, we have to give them props where props are due. But even if it was an annihilation, that doesn't mean that Team Ireland won't turn it around for the second game. I mean, this is the last series of the day between Austria and Team Ireland. So, you know, it's something not most people, or maybe people are looking forward to, Azerbaijan versus Wales, right? But due to some unforeseen circumstances, the schedule did unfortunately change. And again, to remind you guys, if there is a 3-way tiebreaker, each 3 of the teams are going to go against each other in a best of 3. The one with the most points is going to take the spot. And if it's a best of 2 tiebreaker, so 2 teams having the 2 same scores, is going to be, I believe, a best of 3 game.
Well, and with that said, we will be going into a break so our players can get ready for the next match. And well, Ireland definitely needs a quick cold shower probably to refresh, because this game was, even though it was quick, it was so sweaty and it must have been so rough and stressful for them. Hello and welcome back to today's European Qualifiers, brought to you by Iesf. I'm your host Brian1x, together joined with Zakota, and we might be having the last bit here, me and Zach, because Zach, it looks like Ireland will be probably losing this BO3. At least it looked so dreadful from the first map that we saw. It was probably the quickest map that we ever saw.
I mean, it was 6 minutes and 27 seconds if I'm not mistaken, but I've heard some rumors. I think Team Austria is gonna end this one even faster. What do you think?
Even faster than 6 minutes 37. Oh, I cannot
Yes,
even
sir.
imagine what would need to happen. Like, what other carry can you pick? Granger is probably the strongest early game carry with the strongest early game snowball potential. So what else can you really do? Maybe, I don't know, what was their jungle? Just remind me.
Lancelot.
Lancelot. Yeah, maybe, I guess if you put, instead of Lancelot, like Joy could snowball a little bit stronger. Even though, well, yeah, she could snowball a little bit stronger. But I don't know what else could you do. You had Selena, you had Yuzong on XP lane, who was absolutely dominating, even though he got killed by the Elf King himself. but the kill just went to the roamer, so it doesn't matter there, right? And yeah, I don't know what would need to happen for this game to be even faster.
I mean, just maybe picking out a Martis on the jungle, something to help push the lanes. Yuzhong is a very strong early game hero, but I would expect something a bit even more early focused, something as like maybe a Julian jungle actually to push a bit faster. You get that power spike at level 3, you just get a lot of damage pushing those towers, but I mean, we have to wait to get the game, right?
Absolutely correct. We are right now on standby since we are waiting for the players to get ready. And yeah, I hope the best of luck to the side of Ireland, but I feel like they are against Goliath. They are not even David. Right now, this feels like the Goliath has grown triple the size and he's on steroids.
I mean, we have to, see what's going to happen in the draft. Maybe we're going to have a pretty quick one. Ireland banning out the Bak, Shafani, Austria buying out the Kalea, and the Suyu Granger followed up by Ireland. I mean, come on. Just to let people know, Ireland is not a team of semi-professional players like Austria. And Austria, these players have been playing for a long time, but Austria are some casual players, right? I think this is like their first few months of playing the game. So respect to them standing up to these players. Most people in EU kind of fear, right? So I mean, it's the ZL game, Austria, two strong teams back to back. Ireland is just getting punished out here tonight. But we're gonna see the Luca getting banned out, and I'm expecting Austria to pick up the Kimi on the mid lane.
Well, it could be Kimi. It could be Kimi. Because we already saw Ireland play with that specific heroes who could be that. No, it's Estes. I don't see what they see. I cannot really tell why it's Estes once again. Austria with a Kimi takeaway and with a pretty interesting jungle for themselves.
Hey, Cushion jungle, pretty fast clear in the jungle as well. I mean, the Kimi, it's a nice looking hero, right? It's very strong. You can push a lot of turrets. It does a lot of damage per basic attack because it doesn't have a set cooldown for it, right? You do, I believe, 7 or 8 basic attacks per second because you don't tap this hero. You hold the trigger, but there is a forbidden tech of using Kimi, which is going to make your fingers made of steel. If you tap, the basic attack is going to do a little bit more damage. We're going to see downboard on the Mia, we're going to see Child on Dyroth. Okay.
Dyroth is pretty spicy. Tigreal is a more typical approach from the side of Austria. I expected nothing less from this strong team. Even though Gashen is a little bit interesting, still Tigreal settles it down, kind of relaxes it into something more stereotypical. And right now I'm expecting that Ireland will probably go for the throat and continue to ban out heroes that Austria played. Whereas Austria will probably be throwing their bans away, it looks like, because I don't feel like Roger is that of a threat.
I think they just want to get into the game as fast as possible to just give Ireland the break they truly deserve after this grueling night they had to fight against pretty strong teams. As I said, France and Austria back to back. I think that's, unfortunate for the sport team of, I would say, newbies, right? Not to be strict, but they are newbies.
CC being banned though, I kind of respect that. It's kind of a smart ban. If you don't, if you don't consider it as a target ban, like it's kind of a smart ban going into the second draft phase. She could be pretty decent against Dyroth. I can kind of see the vision. I mean, I kind of like it.
I mean, the Dyroth being a tank killer, it would fit with huge John getting banned out, and the Saber as well. I mean, interesting bans. Even so, I think Ireland is just trying to see their comfort picks work as well. But Soda on the Cho, I believe, is going to be a damage. I mean, hey,
you live and you learn. Cho. I love to see myself a Cho. Do you think it will be XP lane? Or it probably will, because where else would he go? So that's an XP lane Cho. Soda on that pick. And I mean, if he saw him being super aggressive on Yuzong, what will he cook up on Cho, who is one of the strongest level ones?
I mean, Cho is probably going to cut up the lane, and Bruno as the last pick is something to be feared. I believe they're going to be pushing one lane and one lane alone. The Terizla is going to fall prey to choose level 1 kill. I'm predicting, right? I think Cho is going to get the first blood on top lane versus the Terizla. Remy is going to try to help Onyx a little bit, but I don't think that's going to matter. On the mid lane, Volkerstern and Kuroka are probably going to pick up Tensha with a Flicker combination, but still, that's left out to be seen.
Well, already Austria has sealed up their composition by having 2 carries. So if you transition into the late game, it's absolutely secured for you, since your opponents cannot really match up against that much DPS. That will be coming from the side of Kimi, from the side of Bruno. So Austria has secured their late game for themselves. And since what we saw from them already, I think their early game will be just clean enough, or not just clean enough, but that clean, that they will be very easily able to transition into that mid game, into then the late game. And Ireland will have it pretty tough. I don't think Estes was the correct pick. I think ADC pickup is not really meta as well. Terizla, kind of spicy, could be something interesting, but as we have said, he will be matched up against Cho, and I'm scared for him, since Terizla before ultimate is decent, but is he that strong as a Cho? I'm worried.
I mean, I agree with you, but even so, look at the Cho. I didn't even go for the cut, but Childish Sabin is gonna clear out before the cushion, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, picked the E7, but Kesha.
Oh, Falkenstein already bursting Kensa down, and Kuroka now in a bush lurking around.
I think props are due. Teresa getting poked out, extra forced to use the flicker. Childish Sabin has used his attribution. We're seeing Gushen going.
Onyx had to flicker already. Soda forced it out of him.
Look at bot lane though. Look at that matchup on bot lane. 2 versus 1.
Oh, Teresa is trying to play it out, but he is now 1v2. Tigreal is right here, ready for help, and Onyx doesn't have his flicker anymore. First blood goes to Kuroka.
In the mid lane, I think there's gonna be another kill. Oh, the Dyrov. Just poking out at Tigreal, just hurting a little bit. Keisha. Oh, Remy move. Oh, downboard.
Falkenstein engaging in, immobilizing Dambor, and Dambor goes down. Now Remimu getting dove by Sam Skywalker. Gushen with level 4. Immediately jump in and getting that kill.
Yes, that lovely 11-11 skin. Sam Skywalker is probably waiting for another rotation on it. Darwood is there. Dun. The shark is spinning around the water, but even so, look at that trigger. Maybe they're gonna try to pick up Onyx again.
It looks like, because there is Tigreal rotating for Onyx. He doesn't have his flicker. Now killing spree for Sam Skywalker already, and 1v2 once more in the top side, where Onyx is getting bursted down. But Dyrod here with an interesting rotation. No, actually going for the turtle, not really going for play against Soda and Kuroka, even though we have more members right here.
We're gonna see the jungler.
They go
and
for
the
Soda. Soda is being forced from the jungle side. Kuroka now has to run for his life, but there is Gushen with his ultimate ready, and I am very worried. Wu facing this bush. Oh, it's going to be no one actually, because it's Gushen. Jumps first, mega kill. Remimu goes down. Soda trying to play it out. Goes for a kick. Kicks some childish Sadbean, and he goes down. Now the next target is Onyx. Onyx no flicker. Double kill for Soda. And a cleanup. Looks like it will be a triple. Kensa goes down as well. Beautiful flicker usage from Soda. And another dominating game coming from the side of Austria.
Bruno is taking out the mid lane turret, plating gold as well. Remy was trying to hurt him a little bit, but not much she can do.
Stefan is doing so much damage to Remy.
I mean, look at that pure domination. 0-8, I believe. 7,000 gold difference between these two teams.
Dumbledore just got half HP ripped out of him by Stephen's crit.
So much damage coming from that passive of Bruno. Oh my god, and the top lane, Tigreal? I mean, Teresa
there is a 1v1. Bruno, not Bruno, but Teresa against Soda's Cho, and he cannot really put up with that. He couldn't even use his flicker.
Kuroka doesn't have his flicker ready, but still I believe he can go for a play. Look at damage coming from Kimi.
And there is Sam Skywalker once again. This Gushen is absolutely terrifying. Oh, but he gets outplayed. He didn't finish these targets that he aimed for. And now Childish Bean picks up first kill for the side of Ireland.
So much damage coming from Childish Bean. that passive, just making sure he's
Roka
right. Oh my
trying to play
god!
it out, engaging in, locking 4 players up. Onyx is the first target, Sam goes for him. Onyx goes down, Childish Serbin goes down as well. Stephen playing it out, Kuroka goes down now, but Stephen double kill, triple. Will he go for Savage? He cannot really do. Sam Skywalker with an engage for Ramimu, monster kill for Sam.
Mid lane turret also about to fall down at the hand of Volkishin and Stefan Cutie. Even so, the bot lane turret lost his passive ability of defense that top lane 1 is about to lose in 30 seconds. Onyx just trying to poke out Soda, not a lot he can do. Kuroka picking up the fleeting time. Man oh man oh man, what an intense game. Stefan Cutie going to clear his bot side minions to try to put that way fully. Dumbor is trying to go on counter in the mid lane. Kuroka just zoning out remembers.
Oh, Onyx might be in trouble. He doesn't have his flicker on cooldown, and he goes down. Now Remimu is the next target, and they are going in. Remimu tried to slow them down, but Kensa is the next target. She has to flicker out, but even this doesn't save her. 17-2. Strong domination from the side of Austria.
So much damage coming from the side of Austria. I don't think they can match up with anything. Charlie Sadbin. Oh, let's poke out. See by a little inch. Onyx though.
Sam Skywalker is playing it out with Gashon. He's playing a little bit with his enemies.
Flicker implosion ready for trickle. He just waiting for the perfect moment. Stefan Kitt is dealing up his ball stacks.
Soda with a flicker engage, instantly kicking, but this was too deep, shut down. But unfortunately goes for Remimu.
Penalty zone basically wasted under a tier 2 turret. No one is going for Childish Selbin.
Mega kill, going for Stephen. Oh, there's another engage from Tigreal, finds 2 targets, Kensa goes down, and now Onyx is in trouble as he evaporates from the map. Followed by Remimu, who is actually playing damage version of Estes? Am I correct?
I don't believe so. I think you're wrong, but even so, he still did a ton of damage to Volkishin, and even if it was 1 HP, I believe he had 400 or so HP. Kuroka trying to pull out Charlie Sadbin, but not enough. Stefan Cutie does a lot of damage. Oh my god!
Oh my god, he 3-hitted Kensa. Soda finishes her off.
Kuroka, does he have the implosion?
Kuroka, can he do it though? He stuns them up, he walls them down. Soda is trying to follow him through, and he jumps out just in time. Monster kill for Stephen. And can he get a maniac? I don't think he can.
And Dumbor is sustaining the damage of Stefan. I didn't expect that. Maleficent picked up, Holy Crystal picked up by Skywalker as well. Orchestra in the mid, pushing the tower as fast as possible. A lot of damage coming through.
Mid lane tower gone, and already I can tell you this won't be faster than the first one.
Yeah, it's still pretty fast. Gotta give them props. 2 fastest game is basically 1 normal game. I think the draft was longer than the first game.
Oh, and there's engage from Sam Skywalker once more. Triple kill. Immediately popped everyone down. And it's like if they heard us, they were like, alright, it's not quick enough for you. Alright, we go for a quick throat stab.
Soda immune the penalty zone. Odd like on Stefan Kitty. Volkishin plays out Onyx, and game number 2 goes to an end in a record time of 7 minutes and 24 seconds. Well, Warren, what do you think?
This was absolutely crazy performance from the side of Austria, and I hope someone will step up to them. I mean, maybe Turkey?
I think Turkey has a pretty big shot of going head-to-head against everyone in the competition. No survivors left. I think they're the sole dominator. But let's take a look at the highlights first.
For Sam Skywalker, there was so many. His Gashon was absolutely clean, absolutely crazy. I must say, it's tied between Sam Skywalker and Soda. These two were absolutely crazy going at it. Double kill for Soda right here, mega kill. He was so far ahead, doing some crazy plays, but I think in the end my heart was stolen a little bit more by Sam Skywalker with his Gashon, because that beautiful triple kill and at the end just confirmed it.
I mean, a lot of damage coming through from the Gushin, you know, with his incandescent basically getting his ult every 10 seconds. Also, Tigre's implosions were big game changers, right? Even if Volkishin wasn't playing as much as it should around the Tigre, they still did a pretty good job. Remimu getting so many shutdowns during the game was pretty funny as well.
Unfortunately for Stephen, he couldn't get another Savage. I believe if he had Granger, then it would maybe have been a different story. Unfortunately for him, Granger was banned, so only option for Stephen to go Bruno. But as you see right here, I believe it was, his damage was absolutely crazy. I think this was the triple kill just before the end. Sam Skywalker, glorious performance on the Gashi.
I mean, too much damage coming through from that incandescent buff. I mean, come on. Gotta give props where props are due. Austria just took the games by storm. I think they were the fastest games of the day, if not the entire event. Ireland, gotta give props to these players. They played it extremely well. Even if they lost, they still had, you know, that courage behind them to face these people and not pull out. Warren, what do you think of Ireland?
Well, I believe it's hard to say a lot of words for them since the games that we were shown of them were cut pretty short. I thought from the side of France that would be the short ones, but from the side of Austria it was even more dominated. I mean, they definitely cannot compete right at this moment, but you know, at the start, when you don't know a lot of things, when you are not so well established, there is a bright future for you, because since you don't know so much stuff, you can learn so quickly. You can learn so much stuff so quickly, and it can improve your game so much faster than compared to someone who is already on the top, already one of the best. Then for them, that's so much harder, because you have to min-max, you have to try to find little mistakes that you are really doing, and it's so much harder and so much more tedious. Right now for the side of Ireland, I feel like if they go into a scrim, I feel like if they analyze just a bit, it can give them so much.
I mean, as you said, 70% of the game is the draft, and that's really important. And the drafting stage, they are doing alright. They're picking comfort picks, but you need to study what each hero does. I assume most of these people don't know the passives and like the skills, abilities of these heroes. Yes, you know how to use them. Yes, you know how to play them, but do you really? I mean, Warren, if you were to take a side of a team, which one do you think is going to represent you the most? Which team do you think suits you, right? Which team do you think is close to you, let's say in skill level?
In skill level, then I would be Ireland, of course, but if you put it like that, I cannot really say. I mean, I peaked just at right at the rank before where you start obtaining stars, so I didn't really peak there, right? And well, if you put it like that, if you would ask me what team would represent me, of course I would say Czech Republic. I'm still rooting for my boys. I hope they are doing great in the tournament, and I'm wishing them best of luck. And well, Zach, it was wonderful casting here with you today. And well, what else is to be said about today is that I absolutely loved the show that we had between Israel and Lithuania. It was so much banger of a series. I loved every second of it, and I hope for more like those.
I mean, I agree with you completely, Warren, but with that note, I was Dakota, joined here by Warden, and that's going to be it for the night.